Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, everyone. We're playing our Argonian Whispers in Shadow. Our primary skills are Archery, which is Mastered, Short Blade, which is capped at 95, Critical Strike, which is getting to being capped. You'll notice that you can only have one Mastered skill per character. That's Archery. These are all Agility skills, and our Agility is 90, so it's working out pretty well. Our major skills are Lockpicking, Pickpocket, and Streetwise. And then... let's see here. Double checking. Yes. Yes, lockpicking, pickpocket, streetwise. Our minor skills, we got stealth, mercantile, restoration, mysticism, thaumaturgy, and illusion. Mercantile is why we're always buying and selling things all the time. All the time. Restoration is for our restoring our stamina. Mysticism is for teleporting. Thaumaturgy is for levitating. Illusions for producing random candles. Random candles for no reason. Very important. Very important. All right. We are home. Now, we are not in the exact same situation we were when the last stream ended, because I took the time off stream to offload most of the stuff in my wagon. And I'm just going to go over this really quick. Rinslayer, thanks for subscribing, by the way. I went ahead and put most of my extra potions away. Went ahead and put away various clothing items, and of course, alchemy ingredients. You know, sellables, like books and things, I dropped there because I don't feel like going and selling things at the moment. Additionally, we've got extra magic items that have been put away here. We have actually sorted our magical items here by basically in order of usage, more or less. So, you know, we got our potions on the top, but then we got Mark of Recall, Common Symbol, Malachite, Healing Mark, and Never Tiring, Dead Man's. You notice that I have 2 of the important things now, just in case one breaks. So I'm kind of paying attention to that. Now, we are going to go ahead and throw some ration packs from our wagon into the ration little spot on top of the fireplace. And let's see here. Very good. They are in the order they were put in your inventory, Shadowrend. Order that was put in your inventory, unfortunately. You know, if some developer out there wants to add sorting options to the top of your magic items, that would be great. Name... let's see, number of items or charges or quality, you know. And then, of course, custom order. Lets you drag it around. That would be nice, I guess. Part of me really wants to cough from my throat. I don't know why. Just something I'm going to have to deal with at some point. Now, as I was saying, we are going to... yeah, we're pretty much good to go. I've gone ahead and reduced the number of bandages and other things. We're going to have to grab some water from our inventory, of course. Not a big deal. We're going to get 2 ration packs. And then, I guess 3 waters. Yeah, these waters are almost empty, so we're going to pick those up. You can tell how full the water is based on its weight, oddly enough. That's almost reasonable. I know. Okay, well, it's 1 a.m. here, so I guess we should just take a nap for a bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to cast Stamina. We're going to cast Buoyancy. Then Jumping. Levitation. Light. Orc Strength. Slow Falling. And then we'll just cast Buoyancy again until we're completely out of magic. And it'll be like 10 or 11 o'clock by the time we're done with this. That's the goal, anyway. Okay, it's 10:30. So the knighthood opens at 11, and we kind of want to do a knighthood quest right off the bat. Yes, exactly. Why have quality of life mods when you can put Dibella statues in your house? Pretty much, pretty much. Let's see. I mean, that's pretty much it. We're ready to head on outside. Let's go check out the different stores for a bit. We have some time to kill before the Order of the Candle opens. The heat is slowing me down. Oh god, I'm wearing heavy heavy clothes. Okay. Those heavy cloaks, let's unequip those. And let's equip something a little lighter. We have a light cloak somewhere. There we go. Nice light cloak. Protect ourselves from the sun, but hopefully don't completely overheat. That's the goal anyway. Now, let's go check out the quality equipment store. Big deal, yes. Top quality #1, why not? There it is. Don't need... Yeah, buy fish. That's fine. How many times have you beaten Daggerfall? Very few, maybe 3 times. And by that I mean the main quest is very rarely a priority. I've played the game like 12 to 14 times, but I've only beaten the main quest of it because, again, very low priority for me. Maybe 3 or 4 times total. The main quest exists and is really cool in concept, but it's mainly the dungeon crawling and world adventuring that I'm playing for. And the world adventuring kind of peeled off, you know, became less important as I got more proficient at the game, which, trust me, took years because I'm terrible. However, and this is an important thing, mods have brought a lot of the game back to me in terms of relevance. Things I would normally skip through, like distance between land masses, for instance, land masses, distance between towns, dungeons, things like that, are now filled with random encounters because of mods. There are survival elements in the mods now. You know, you can eat food and then put on the appropriate either cloaks or things like that. So, like, there are, like, again, mods change heavily how you would approach the game. And as a result, I've, things I would have previously skipped through or considered irrelevant or, you know, just not important, those have become kind of a central piece of the game as a result. So, let's go ahead and just put up the mod list link for folks. There we go. And that's done. And let's go ahead and move on. Well, the core gameplay loop is pretty simple, and I talk about that for anyone who really wants to know more about how I approach the game. I would check out the new player guide I have there. That would be the best solution. Now, we're more or less done here. I don't see any light cloaks, so I'm just going to move on. We're going to head on down south. You said they disagree, it makes it tedious. That really depends on how you want to approach the game. I mean, there's literally one of the mods I use is called Tedious Travel. Just really weird the way, like, from the side, no problem. From behind, no question. I'm trying to find another one. Where's the guy with I'm looking for a guy with a horse that is, where he's wearing armor and he doesn't do the bouncing. And I just, no, can't find one. Oh well, too bad. Going south. Was not gonna find it. Oh well, Bank of Sentinel. Let's go to the bank. We have way too many letters of credit we want to deposit. Here's the bank. Very good. Hello, sir. We're gonna go ahead and deposit. First of all, well, let's grab all our letters of credit first. We're gonna keep one letter of credit. I haven't decided which yet. Yeah, so these are all our letters of credit. You're going to find one that we want to hold on to. I think we're going to hold on to this one. Yeah, we're going to hold on to this one because it's 93,000 gold. So, then we'll deposit the rest. We go over here, we deposit our letters of credit, and you can see we're already at 4.1 million gold. Now we're going to deposit the rest. 10,000 there. 18 8. There we go. And we, yeah, we now have 4.2 million gold in the Bank of Sentinel. If we look at our banking total, you can see 4.2 million in the Bank of Sentinel, 1.6 in the Bank of Wayrest, and then 30,000 in various others, along with 5,700 in the Bank of Daggerfall. In short, we have a lot of stuff. We don't need to worry about coins. Like, coins are just something we deposit in the bank. We have a letter of credit in our wagon here, this one, which we'll use for all our purchases today. So, let's see. Antiquities. I would like a mod that expands the banking. And what it would do is it would make it so that not everyone takes credit. And the people who do take credit, maybe they'd ask for more. Maybe they wouldn't take credit from a nation they're warring with. So if Sentinel is currently at war with Wayrest, I mean, look at, because there's a background simulation running. Like the different factions ally and break alliances and go hostile with one another. So, like, this kingdom might not like this kingdom, or they might form an alliance, depending on how it works. But, yeah, I mean, the idea behind it is maybe Sentinel, the Bank of Sentinel might stop taking credit from Wayrest during a time of war. Stuff like that. You know, that's not necessarily how real-life banking institutions, or specifically trade houses, worked in the past, but hey. Now, let's see. Alright. Ooh, checking one more thing. Yes. Let's go into the... This is a pawn shop, so we can actually sell a bunch of things if we don't... we put all our sellables away already, so we're not going to worry about it. Instead, we are going to head on over to the Order of Arcane and buy some potions while we wait. I suppose we'll have to also go over to the Fighters Guild and get some training in. I love the sprite work in Dream. Like, look at this guy. You know, they purposefully obscure the face, and then the face kind of comes into focus as he stops moving. But those are all details that have really increased the quality. But you look at this high-quality sprite versus this custom sprite. This custom sprite is obviously of lower quality, even though bump, 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 bump. No, that's a joke, of course. But you can see the fact that this is done specifically through the Villager Immersion Overhaul mod versus this, which is the Dream mod. Now, unfortunately, getting the author to go through all of the sprites and up-res them is a no-go. And it's not just up-resing them, it's also, you know, hand-drawing fixes. So you can see here, she's with the Dream mod, and then he's with the Villager Immersion Overhaul mod. Cheetah Man there. It's Cheetah Man. Alright, we actually came over here to talk to this guy, and we're going to buy Heal True Healing, and that's about it, really. He doesn't really have anything else of value for us. So we're leaving. Before we go, we have 90,000, right? Let's go ahead and spend 10,000 to donate to the Order of Arcane. Very good. If we look over here at our affiliations, Arcade loves me, because every once in a while I just throw 10,000 gold at them. I am the maximum rank. A Patriarch is the highest rank an adventurer can be. So I'm considered a big deal in the Order of Arcane. I don't really respect the other factions too much, but that's neither here nor there. All right, this lovely Dunmer woman here is also a Villager Immersion Overhaul. There is a human version of this sprite, but it's replaced by a Dunmer one for the purposes of the Villager Immersion Overhaul mod. Otherwise identical, including the exposed breast. We're going to have a chat with this guy about magic items. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Looks like a never-tiring torque. We want that. An emerald of undeniable access. All right, looks like there's a lot of stuff we want here as far as magic items go. So what we're going to do is we're going to equip our Torque of Friendship, which is going to raise our personality to 100 and give us better buying and selling. We are immediately going to buy the never-tiring torque, emerald of undeniable access, holy water of toxic clouds. Holy crap. Let's see. Frosty Bracer of Ice Storms, and that's it. We don't really want any of the other junk, but 1,810 is a good price for 3 magical items, considering the actual value is 3,512. You can see how the 100 personality interacts with my high mercantile skill, and basically I'm sweeping. I'm just sweeping. Now, as a result, we are actually going to put the Toxic Cloud Holy Water away, along with... did it end up in the wagon? Let's see. I think it ended up somewhere else where it didn't belong. Toxic Cloud, shocking. Right. It ended up in the wagon. That's fine. No big deal. These got equipped. So the Never Tiring Torque of Friendship, unequip those right now. We can hold on to the Bracer of Ice Storm. We can just have that equipped. That's no big deal. Emerald of Undeniable Access can be equipped as well. I don't mind that at all. We are basically done here, however. We're not really going to do a Mages Guild quest today. Instead, we're going to head over to the Order of the Candle and run through a quest or two. We do need to see about our water skin situation, however. See, they're getting drained. So once we get a quest picked up at the Knighthood, what we'll end up doing is we'll go ahead and go directly over to the White Goat and get those refilled. No reason we can't get them filled now. Actually, let's do that. Ah! We need some beer! That's, yeah. Dan, always standing on those tables. The dynamically spawned NPCs end up in such weird locations. Yeah, so there's warriors standing on the tables there. It's kind of funny. So, we are going to request food and drink. Grab some stew. We also refilled our water, which is important. Water is only really necessary when going through the hot areas. It acts as a mitigating factor to the heat. With cold climates, you can just put on 2 heavy cloaks along with heavy clothing, and it'll protect you from the cold, right? Well, you can't really go any less than your skin as far as heat goes. So in order to mitigate heat, you get water skins, and it drains those instead of damaging your fatigue. All right, we're going to have a chit-chat with this guy here. Going to actually do a couple of things. First, we're going to use our Mark of Recall, set an anchor here. There we go. I'm going to use an extra charge just to set the part right here. There we go. And then we're going to save it under Knight's. Yes, Knight's. Perfect. Now we can request our quest. For meritorious service and unswavering loyalty to the ideals of the Order of the Candle. Oh, crap. We're a marshal now. Marshal Whispers in Shadow. How well does this kingdom think of me? I'm still revered. So I'm considered a legend. Tasso Parrot. That's fine. That is A-okay. That is absolutely A-okay. So we're a marshal now. That's pretty important. I never actually got to Marshal in World of Warcraft, believe it or not. During the time when the honor system required you to constantly just go out and kill random people in the wilderness, I got all the way up to Lieutenant Commander before I hit that point where in order to get higher, you need to play 24 hours a day and not do anything else but play World of Warcraft. You could sleep, but that was basically it. And at that point, I was like, I'm done. I'm at a quote-unquote officer rank, but I'm done. Like, I'm not playing this game anymore. And I still ended up doing all the raids with my guild, mainly because they were an awesome guild. But at that point, I just decided this game isn't worth it anymore, and I stopped playing nearly as much at that point. Not to say I didn't finish Naxxramas. I definitely did, but oh boy. Let's see here. We're gonna get a quest. Let's hear, Marshal. Word is a dragon has been spotted. Well, not a full-grown dragon, just a dragaling. There's no quest more heroic for a member of the Order of the Candle than to slay a dragon. I know where it is. You can go kill it. We can both lay claim to glory. Yes, let's do it. Let's go kill a dragon in Castle Soj. I don't know if there are any other draglings. I can only keep it a secret for 20 days. All right, we're going to a castle, and we're going to slay a dragon. You could say there is a dragon in a dungeon. This is a quest regarding dungeons and dragons, you could say. Maybe just one of both. Who cares? Let's get going. We need to make sure a dragon is killed. No big deal. It's a wing-a-ling-ding dragaling. But it's supposed to be bigger than the normal ones. It's scary. We need to kill it. No big deal. We're going to head on over to the, the quality equipment store one more time. Pick up a couple more water skins on our way out. Kind of a big deal. All right. Ooh. When you level up in Morrowind and you don't get in 5 points in any attribute, allows you to keep leveling. I don't know. I despise Morrowind's leveling system, and I replace it with mods whenever possible. You could say I am not an expert on a lot of these games and their vanilla systems, because I tend to replace them with what I consider to be better systems as soon as those mods become available. Let's double check here. No water skin. No water skin. Water skin. There we go. Morrowind broke Daggerfall's otherwise good leveling system, and Oblivion doubled down on it. And rather than fixing it, bringing it back to a good leveling system, Skyrim just gutted the whole thing, ripped stats out and everything, and just went for a simpler kind of game. I mean, if you just want to play freeform without thinking about it, and, you know, and just more adventure game, less RPG, Skyrim's the game to play, for sure. I think a lot of the Elder Scrolls' strength is in its simplicity. And it's definitely gotten a lot more simple as it's progressed, which is fine. It's fine, but you have to understand that fine does not mean glorious. It just means fine. All right. Let's see here. Only 4 hours to the dungeon. Hell yeah. All right. I need to step away for just a minute, and I'll be right back, and we will continue to the dungeon to fight a dragon. Probably a little tiny wing-a-ling-ding dragon, but still a dragon. Attention, Bajoran workers. Quarantines will no longer be tolerated. Return to work and preserve our economy. Casualties will be minimal. Yes. All right, let's travel to the castle. Someone asked me a very interesting question. Let's see here. The question was, do you ever get tired of Elder Scrolls? And that is a very good question. I mean, it's almost like I would play, I don't know, Path of Exile or Sea of Thieves, Realm of the Mad God, Remnant, Fallout games, of course. We all like to laugh at Fallout 76. Unreal Tournament, GZ Doom / Zandronum, depending on whether you want single player or multiplayer. No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous, Strike Suit Zero, Bloodstained, both Curse of the Moon and Ritual of the Night. Like Fate Extella. You know, we got Transformers. Devastation's a really fun game, by the way. It's like a Dynasty Warriors-like game. Of course, Earth Defense Force. To save a Mother Earth from any alien attack, the EDF deploys. I mean, come on now. Like, you're like, do you ever get tired of Elder Scrolls? Like, holy shit. Let's get going. Hostile encounter, try to avoid. Let's do it. We're going to avoid this encounter. Failed to avoid! Well, damn. What are we doing now? What are we... It's a nymph. It's a naked woman. Run, run, run. It's a naked woman and a tiger. And spriggans and bats. What's happening here? Spriggans, bats, naked woman, run. Just... No. No. Problem is that they drain your stamina, okay? The naked women, they're called nymphs, and they do this, like, the special attack that drains your stamina. And when you run out of stamina, you die. It's that simple. They suck the energy out of you until you're dead. There we go. We killed this, gotta kill the spriggan next. Okay, we got them all. Good. The nymph, the spriggan, the bat, the freaking tigers. Did the bat go away, or is the bat still here? The bat's dead. Okay, we killed the bat. Good. Pluck my arrows out of the corpses. Let's continue. Cast stamina. Continue. Very good, very good. Mm-hmm. To be honest, like, Warframe is one of my most played games because I'm able to play it while I'm listening to either an audiobook or a podcast. No bullshit. That's actually what I tend to do. I turn off the music and like the in-game sound, and I'll listen to an audiobook while I'm playing Warframe. Usually for research purposes, sometimes just for shits and giggles. But yeah, I mean that's kind of my go-to thing, because Warframe's a pretty mindless game. You just hack and slash, murder tons and tons of Grineer, Corpus infested, whatever. And yeah, I just listen to either an audiobook or a podcast while I'm playing it. That's why it takes up a huge amount of my game time. All right. Ooh. There we go. I want to play some Pokemon. You know, I played the Pokemon Red and Blues for the Game Boy. But then I found when the Game Boy became the new Game Boy, you know, the new Game Boy, when it became that, the Pokemons were basically the same. And so I stopped playing the Pokemons at that point. Just stopped. Adjust this a bit. There we go. That's better. But yeah, I just stopped playing the Pokemons at that point because it's just like the same game over and over. Kind of like the Elder Scrolls. I'm joking, of course. But I think that the Elder Scrolls has tons of mods, whereas the Pokemons has a tendency to just be the same thing without mods. Now, don't get me wrong. There's something called Pokemon Crystal Clear, which turns Pokemon to an open world, lets you attack the gyms in any order you want. It's a really, really good ROM hack, and I recommend it. Anyway, let's see here. Time searching for water. No. We have a few extra water skins. We're going to continue to the castle. Story-wise, Pokemon's trash. Like the Elder Scrolls. But, unfortunately, they're, like, after I enjoyed it the first time, you know, played Red and Blue, there really didn't feel like there was much else for me to do. Now, I know people like, play Tam Tam, or Tim Tam, or whatever the fuck it's called these days. Looked at it, said no. Mainly because I wanted to play other games at the time. Oh, crap. Spriggans and bears. Gotta look out for those living cacti and their sand bear minions. Sand bears, they're pack hunters, by the way. You have to be careful, because sand bears come in packs. Oh, my Daedric longbow just broke. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I mean, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch to my dagger and slash the crap out of it, because my blade skill is capped. So, oh, that was a tanky bear. Pluck my arrows out of the other corpses. Yes. Very good, very good. If there's a game that I really want to play that, you know, was adopted by a generation of kiddos, it would probably be Minecraft, and that's because of the extreme modding community. You know, get a good RPG mod pack that adds like stats and skills and stuff, and some kind of mod pack that adds extreme dungeons and extreme monsters and things. And I could see having a lot of fun with Minecraft. But with Minecraft's base set, like the way the game is in vanilla, I'd rather play Starbound or Terraria. More Starbound because you go from planet to planet. Anyway, I'm gonna adjust so I can stretch. Oh, jeez. I'm looking at, I still got my mud crab plushie up here, but I'm just reminded that I never got a Dovahkiin or Ulfric Stormcloak duck to go with my Vault Duck. Vault Duck turns everything green. I love that. Let's see if it, yeah, Vault Duck. Very good. Okay. Never end up getting Ulfric Stormquack, though. I kind of want Ulfric Stormquack, to be honest. Let's see. You said the Calamity mod is planning some form of space for Terraria. There's no comparison, though. You have to understand that Starbound is now No Man's Sky in the sense that there's like an infinite star map, and you can go to different coordinates and meet other players there, and it's amazing. Anyway, I said there are Starbound mods for Minecraft, but last check they lagged the game a bunch. Yeah. Let's see here. All right. Either way, we're at the dungeon now. There are some banners nearby, apparently. And here we are. We're inside the dungeon. We're going to put away this junk. We're going to have a look. We're going to try to find some oil. Yes, oil. Fill our lantern. We're actually going to grab 3 bottles of oil to go with us. I think that's about it. Let's equip everything. We are missing... one of our bows is broken, but we have 2 more in reserve, so we'll equip our backup bow. Is there anything else I've missed? Eat a damn fish. And that should do it. I think we're ready to explore this dungeon. We should save under Knight's 1. And now we have a dragon to kill in this dungeon. These are the ruins of a castle. Whoop, hello. It's an ancient vampire. Oh my god, vampire. To quote that terrible, terrible Maria from... oh god, I did bring my Khajiit suit. Very good. I was going to say, the terrible, terrible Maria from Castlevania Judgment. Anyway, we need to use our unrestrainable common symbol, I believe, to break free of the vampire's paralysis. We're going to immediately heal ourselves. And we're going to continue to fight the vampire. We're actually going to try something right now. I want to see if it works. We're going to use Wizard's Fire. Bam! That shirt of... I waved a shirt at it. I was just like, hey, here, I think I have one. Got it. It was sitting on a pile of otherwise stuff to be folded. So, yes. Okay, so you know the castle, you know, Castlevania. I got this Castlevania shirt. So basically, what's happening is I'm like waving the shirt and fireballs are just coming out. That's what's happening to the vampires. I'm just, you know, I just waved my shirt and then like a fireball came out and it killed the vampire. You know, very fitting that it be a vampire killer shirt, right? With Simon Belmont. That's what I'm talking about. Got a theme going on, you know. Back to wherever. All right. Let's see. You're so gonna feel some wrath. All right, let's get going. Another vampire. And paralyzed instantly. That's why we have our unrestrainable common symbol. And when that breaks, because it will eventually break and disappear, we have an unrestrainable Amalekite ready to replace it. We just backups for our backups. You know how that works. So he does try to paralyze me frequently. That's what vampires, ancient liches, and Daedra lords love to do. Those bastards. Oof, I am overheating, actually. Believe it or not, it's this dungeon's getting to me. I'm gonna remove the sash and wear. There we go. Come on. Well, Terraria mods for Minecraft seem to be pretty good. My main beef with Minecraft has always been, I'm gonna build a giant castle! Then what are you gonna do with it? I just have the giant castle here! But are enemies going to try to destroy it? Or try to siege it in order to get to you? Like a blood moon in Terraria? A goblin invasion in Terraria? So on and so forth? No, they're not. I have a castle. I built it. Okay, that's great. But I have Lego blocks in real life that I used to use as a kid. I still have them in a chest in a storage room somewhere. Doesn't matter. Point is, I'm not impressed by, I built the thing! Alright. Let's go. Oh, there's a Lich down there. That is an ancient Lich. We're going to try to jump over this. And we fell in with the ancient Lich. Okay. It is about to kill me. I have moments to react. Thankfully, we pause time and we use Horse Bolt. Just going to keep it. Power of RK, purge you. Force Bolt. I said Force Bolt. We paralyzed him. Very good. Now we can stab him from behind. Yes. You can build insane farms. Oh, yes. You can create an infinite egg production machine in Minecraft. And when I see it, I frown. Because it's like, this so defeats the purpose of like, the chicken even having a body. And It just looks like a block that's all glitchy, and then eggs just fly out of it. It looks awful. That's all I'm saying. All right. Yeah. Let's deal with this vampire. Wizard's fire. Paralyzed. Well, if I'm paralyzed, unrestrainable common symbol, and heal true. Yes. All right. Wait. It looks like perfection. You're just not ready to talk about it? Oh, that's like what people say about Star Citizen all the time. That's exactly what people say about Star Citizen. It looks like perfection. They're just not ready to talk about it right now. Because if they do a live stream, then they'll clip through the ground of their ship because there's like this area where their ship just kind of is a dead space. And they'll fall through it, but they don't show it to anyone because it's the best game ever, and they'll totally fix that in about a year. Don't worry. Like next year during the big update, they're gonna fix all these problems. Oh wait, they said that 4 years ago. Oh jeez. How long ago did I do that video? Let me see. Okay, I did that in 2017. So they had 3 years to make their game better. Unfortunately, I've seen someone else play it, and like their ship instantly explodes. It hits an invisible wall and just detonates. Like I watched someone else play it recently in 2020, and it's like, place is still broken. Hello, everyone, I say to myself. So let me really quick just scroll back to when I had a lot of fun. This was my this is like 3 years ago. Yes, infinitely spinning accelerating ship. You got it. That's one of the things that happened. But no, I like Elite Dangerous a lot. And that's why I wish I had Ah, yes, here we go. Let's have a little talk about my star citizens. So here we go. This was a lot of fun. On. There we go. Can I close it? There we go. All right. That'll do it. No, I'm out of it. Hold on. It got worse. It got worse. There we go. Look at this. Look at the Avenger Stalker this time.
Oh my god. I think that guy's wow.
I'm trying to get inside.
This is hardcore sim physics.
Try climbing via the wing. Oh shit, I got stuck in it for a second. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, open the ramp and then try to climb up on the wing and jump over into the cargo hole.
It's not working. It's not working. Ship goes over. This is the best. Like I don't care what anyone says. This was worth it. I just closed the back of the spaceship.
Oh my god.
How do you match the orientation of?
Well, this is a rather sticky situation.
I'm going this way now. Than it was, and it's continuing to accelerate. Where are your Newtonian physics now? Oh my god, I'm going to die at this rate. It's so
Is it just
hilarious.
gonna explode at some point from the structural forces working against it?
I don't think they've programmed structural forces into this game. I think it's gonna accelerate until the engine crashes. Look at my shadow. Look at my shadow on the plane. Like you can just make it out. You can barely like epileptic seizure warning, by the way, guys. Oh, like I can see into the ship like partially. And all right. We went. Yes. So, that was 3 years ago. Star Citizen has made some progress. The problem is, if I go to watch someone stream and they aren't very, very careful to avoid issues, they run into many, many issues still. It's a nice little tech demo for a potential game that might exist sometime. I'd rather just play Elite Dangerous, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, you'll never get that immersive, okay, well, I'm in my chair, I'm going to go to bed, I'm going to get out of bed, I'm going to get out of my ship, actually climb out of it physically. Even like things like No Man's Sky, you'll just teleport between your ship and outside of your ship. That's the same thing with Elite Dangerous. If you go into your into the quote-unquote station, you're just accessing a terminal. So I like there. Even when they add the quote-unquote Odyssey and you leave your ship, you're just going to be teleporting out of your ship. I doubt very much there's going to be an animation for leaving your ship. I'm pretty sure that Star Citizen will be the only thing of its kind. But it'll still be a tech demo. Like they're nowhere near done with it. And it is so broken when I watch other people play it that I'm just, I'm not willing to deal with it at the moment. Anyway. Yes. Vampire! Vampire! We need to use our unrestrainable symbol again. This is how it breaks. Okay. Trying our best, but that vampire's kicking our ass. We killed him, but we got hurt for it. Yes. Ooh. Very good. I have not sought out other people's Star Citizen videos. I've just been occasionally popping into streams. I find that being able to see things in real time beats any kind of curated experience. Yep. This lock is beyond your abilities. Are you sure? Are you sure, game? You're still looking for that wingling ding dragon somewhere in this dungeon. Is that a Lich? That's a Lich! Okay, we're gonna hit him with Force Bolt. Power of RK, dispel you! Aha! The undead has been paralyzed, and so we will backstab him until he's dead. Very good. Very good. Well, I mean, Warframe has a form of space travel. It's the Railjack system, which they've unfortunately not tied into everything else, so... Makes me kind of sad, because the Railjack system is actually really good. People don't really do it justice when they explain it. Unfortunately, it's not tied into any other part of the game. It's just kind of a mode that you go to, an island of grind like everything else. Had they properly tied Railjack into everything else, it would have been amazing. But they never seem to have done that, so it's unfortunate to say the least. Hello! How are you doing? No, you don't! Got a handkerchief with blood on it. Very, very good. Mr. Warrior here, trying to beat the crap out of me. I'm going to beat the crap out of him. It's that simple. Give me a second to poke at something. There we go. Got it. The knight is dead. He just had leather armor and an iron weapon. That's terrible. Next! But yeah, I've seen way too many, let's just say, curated Star Citizen videos early on, and I decided, you know what? Best not even bother with that content. And I just looked at. He said Star Citizen extremely slow development. Oh, it's because the guy who's the project lead has a history of never finishing his projects. The games he has that are done are the result of companies fast-tracking the development, forcing it to be done, basically. So, this is the Star Citizen's development is the result of this developer not having having any kind of outside pressure telling him he has to finish by this date. It's the result of him having basically a check for infinite money and just being able to produce forever. And yeah, there you go. Let me see here. All right. I pacified this knight with the etiquette skill, so she won't be attacking us. Yet. She might decide to attack us later. This guy, on the other hand, definitely wants to kill us. So we have to be careful. Also, fighting him might piss her off. That is another issue. Hopefully she doesn't even see this fight going on, but, you know. That might happen. Hey, you know what? Let's introduce this guy to Toxic Clouds. That might be fun. So, Toxic Cloud, here we go. Bam! Daedric Pauldron, Dwarven Longbow, and some Holy Water. Damn, that guy he got equipped. Well, I gotta say, I'm gonna use a Potion of Healing. Okay. Aha! There is an Ancient Lich. Great. We're going for it! Alright, I got a successful backstab in there. We're going to immediately hit them with Hellfire. And And then Orc Strength. And immediate. Yeah, we're just gonna go with Scarab of Lightning. Another Hellfire. The Lich is dead. Ding dong. Excellent. We got it. Now all we have to do is take this guy down for the remainder of his health. We got an early backstab on him too, and the fact he's that tanky. Oh yeah, an adamantium sword and an ebony flail. Well, damn. And this Lich, just a bunch of money. Got it. Nothing here. This is a quest room, by the way. So if there is a quest target that spawns in this particular module, it can end up in this room because it's a quest spawn spot. Behind a hidden door, yes. You'll find very often that quest targets are behind hidden doors because the game really wants to say fuck you. Once you understand where those doors are, the game is not that difficult, but yeah, no. Unfortunately, there is no indication for new players that you're supposed to hit every wall until you know the modules by heart. That's why I highly recommend the Archaeologist Guild to new players so that they get locator devices. I mean, I'll probably be using a locator device myself here at some point, for sure. Ancient Lich is dead. There we go. Is there a way to know where the doors are? Well, I mean, they always appear on your map. You'll always see, like, the connecting piece on your map, number one. But as far as, as far as being able to see it, sometimes there's, like, a tearing texture. But for the most part, you just know that, this module has these particular rooms in it. This module has these particular rooms in it, and they generate reliably. I don't really care for battle royales at all. If you're gonna give me deathmatch, I want respawns, thanks. All right, here we go. Yeah, let's put it like this. I liked Fortnite back when it was called Save the World, and then they added Battle Royale, and then they stopped working on their Save the World, and then I stopped liking Fortnite. So when you tell me it's this, but like Battle Royale, I think, well, that's bad. Okay. I mean, the only Battle Royale I really liked was Tetris. That was good, because, let's be honest here, it's just a big game of TetriNet. You know, TetriNet used to have like 16 players. Well, this is bigger than TetriNet. It's, 99 people. And I think that's really cool. But no. Yeah. What about the movie Battle Royale? Try reading. Alright. Let's see. We're backing off because this Lich is about to kill us. Nearly murdered us. We're going to go ahead and use Holy Bolt. Holy Bolt, Force Bolt. Go! Bam! Alright. Got it. You like huge team versus team with respawns? You mean Battlefield 2? Back when that series was good? Oh my. Let's go ahead and use we should have a Wand of Magicka we can use. Sworn I had a Wand of Magicka. Oh well, maybe I don't. Maybe I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm just flailing around. Aha, there is a Wand of Magicka. Yes. That didn't do anything. Really? Okay, whatever. Restore power then. Yes. Drank some potions. I'm in better fighting shape now. That is a knight who wants to kill me. I'm certain of it. Yes, it's a knight who wants to kill me. Okay. Rust. Rust is an interesting game. Unlike other games with building elements, the building has a purpose in Rust. Honestly, Fallout 76 tried to be like Rust in the beginning, and then it just gave up and stripped out all of its PvP. Shifted it over to Battle Royale, which if you try to queue for now, it'll take minutes, if not an hour, to find a game. Oof. But yes, how do I put this? Fallout 76 tried to be Rust in the beginning with its systems. Oof. Let's see here. Ooh, we are... Okay, another Lich. We're just gonna go with Force Bolt then. Here we go! Failed to kill it. I'm paralyzed. Unrestrainable common symbol. Let's do it. Paralyzed again. Damn. Yes, correct. Fallout 76 removed its survival mode, which was its only redeeming feature. Correct, exactly. Exactly. Fallout 76's survival mode made it more like Rust in that sense. Because, you know, all players were considered hostile if they weren't in your group. It was really neat. And they more or less ruined it. Here you go, Thomas. I'm going to go ahead and type the word mod list for you. And you can go find that there. Now, let's see here. Healing myself. And then we got to use the common symbol to restore. Good, good, good. Now, let's focus. This Lich is murdering me. Okay, lightning bolt. Damn right. Ancient Lich, eat lightning bolt. Very good. We'll find the Wingling-Ding dragon eventually. After we get our ass kicked by this. Well, Ark is more on the building side. And Conan Exiles has some weird simmy elements. Like NPC management. Add cats fair on vacation? That's what in-laws are for, don't you know? That's what other family members are for, and cats are fine. My cat specifically was A-okay. It was like, oh, you're back. Yay! As for the neighbor's cat cried a lot, wanted to be let in, was not let in. It's that simple. The neighbor's cat stuck to me the first day I got back. Like, you're back. You wouldn't let me in for a while. I felt sad. Okay, let's see. This dagger is slightly used. Ooh, there we go. Oh shit, the food guy is back. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what the neighbor's cat thinks. But yes, parents and spouses' parents. That's how cats get fed during trips. Whoop! Arrows. Liches are in Oblivion. And they're in Skyrim as dragon priests. Yeah, the forest is something that I got. I just haven't played any of. I am interested in playing it. It's just I won't be playing it anytime soon, based on my list of things to play. Okay, heal true there. Werewolf blood. Yes. The Wolf Queen is a ghost, a wraith, even. God, look at this weird little object here. It's so bizarre. There we go. Yeah, for co-op games, I think the next thing I want to play is some more Sea of Thieves, to be honest. I see here? Ooh. All right, we have... This is at least a 3-module dungeon. Oh, this is massive. Okay, well, I should have explored enough of it in order to activate the locator device. Do I have one on me? I don't think so. I think I have to go back to the dungeon entrance, which is fine. I am A-okay doing that as long as I explore some more along the way. Let's see. Ooh. But yeah, I enjoy Sea of Thieves a lot. It's gotten so much better. It was kind of a No Man's Sky situation where I didn't buy it on release. And people were asking, why aren't you playing Sea of Thieves? I'm like, it's not ready to play yet. I don't know if it'll ever be ready to play. Kind of like what I said about No Man's Sky. Like, I'm not playing this. It's funny. There are a lot of games that come out. I say I'm not going to play it. People complain about how shitty it is. And then how there's no content, blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, a couple years later, I'll pick it up on sale for cheap. And the game will be better. But, you know, a lot of people have this preconception where, you know, it is how it was on release. And I'm like, I didn't buy it on release because, you know, that's just how games are these days. They release incomplete. And, you know, that you can buy them later when they're good. Which is, this is the lady I pacified. She doesn't want to fight me. Very good. Yes. Yeah, so No Man's Sky and Sea of Thieves are both games that I did. I did not buy on release and just kind of looked at as, oh, well, I'll get this eventually, someday in the future. I'm looking at where I am right now, trying to figure... Oh, there's a path downstairs. Okay, so I need to make a right turn. That right turn? Ooh, yes, left, and all the way to the end of the hall, then another left. Uh-huh. On the altar. The altar can sometimes hold a quest item. Ooh. Well, yes, I mean, a lot... Scripting is one of the reasons, like, games having their systems being scripted instead of hard-coded means that a lot of games are unoptimized and crappy. Because the scripting kind of runs over the base game. And not in a well-designed way. However, by the same token, the majority of a game systems being done through scripting means that those systems can be swapped out or refined. Yes, I actually played Warframe in the closed beta, and I thought it was garbage. And then about the Parkour 2.0 system is when it became worth my time. All right, here we go. Horse bolt. Oh no, it's not working. Try again. Fireball. Then lightning. And finally... Toxic Cloud. Toxic Cloud did not kill him. Alright, Force Bolt it is. Let's do it. Thomas, thanks for subscribing once again. My goodness. Ooh, there we go. Everything... Oh, I hear another freaking vampire. Through a wall, though, so I don't think it's up here. No, there's no passage here, so it's in one of these rooms down there. Still, glad to explore more of the dungeon. Let's keep going. It looks good so far. Let's stop here at the crossroads. There are a couple of paths over here. Yes. Not all games get better with updates. Well, some games get worse with updates. I've seen some belligerent developers that were absolutely obsessed with making their game worse. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of games that people ask me to play on release, and I say no. And then they have a tendency to get better later, and then I'll pick them up. I mean, if we look at this right here, Elder Scrolls Online. It was terrible on release. It's better now. Sea of Thieves. It had practically no content on release. It's better now. Fallout 76. It has evolved from a terrible game to a mediocre game. It's better now. Better than it was. From terrible to mediocre. That's an improvement. No Man's Sky. God, this thing has had, what, 20 updates? Ridiculous. But it's better now. It's still, the core gameplay loop is the same. It's a planetary exploration game with some minor spacefaring elements. But otherwise, it's much better than it used to be. I could keep going, you know, like Shadow of War. They removed the microtransactions, and now it's a well-balanced game. It's just like, oh my god. Starbound, released in early access. The early access game was pretty awful. They turned it into an open universe game instead of a quote-unquote sector game. Much, much better than it used to be. Stardew Valley, they rewrote the game from scratch to have multiplayer. It's so good. But the Elder Scrolls games, they needed mods, sadly. Yes. All right. Let's let's use purification. Then we have to use our unrestrainable common symbol to break out. Very good. Have to be careful. Be careful. Well, Terraria was good on release. That's the thing. It didn't have nearly as much content on release, but for the price they were asking, like, Terraria was cheap from the beginning, so I don't think it was ever a bad deal. I think it's just it's become a better deal over time. Anyway, short sword. Here we go. So let's see here. Do you think Fallout 76 will be the same one day? No. It's had over a year to make progress, and it's made very little progress. I mean, the dialogue system is better than Fallout 4, but considering how bad Fallout 4's dialogue system was, that isn't much of an improvement. The core gameplay loop isn't really going to change for Fallout 76, so I don't know. I don't know what to say about Fallout. Like, my prediction for Fallout 76 is that someone's going to come up with an emulated server for it. Okay? They're going to make their own private Fallout 76 server. And it's going to be better than Fallout 76 is. Like, it's going to be modded and just better in general. And then Bethesda's going to say, shut that shit down. And then they're going to have to. And then the community's going to be pissed. But most likely, because it was either open sourced or available, it's already on the internet, so people are going to have access to it, and they're never really going to be able to shut it down. So Bethesda's going to be mad, Bethesda's going to look bad, and it's just going to, you know, it's just going to be weird, because at the end of the day, modding is what has made Skyrim, Fallout 4, even Morrowind, Oblivion better than they were originally. And so that's honestly what I think is Bethesda's going to try to shut this stuff down, these fan projects, because let's be honest, if people are on a private server where they can have whatever cosmetics they want whenever they want, they're not buying things from the Atom Store. You'd say the main problem with Fallout 76 is terrible management. Of course. Of course. I mean, the entire thing was managed in a terrible manner. We know that because of geez, I could keep on going, but yeah. Well, here we go. Every big publisher shuts down community-hosted servers, though. Yes. Well, yep. It's just that I'm not saying that Fallout 76 is terrible. I'm saying Fallout 76 is mediocre right now and could be much better than it is. Anyway, we're going to hit this guy with force bolts. Yes! Insta-killed the Lich. RK sees me through once again. We are continuing to explore. Jeez, this is huge. Even though the galaxy is huge. What? Yes. Okay. You said it's okay to say Fallout 76 is bad. That's just it. It isn't, though. I mean, I have it. I played it. I spent time getting it working on Linux. It's not a bad game. It's just not a very good game either. And the fact is they made it, like, they fixed a majority of the bugs, and yes, exactly. It's mediocre now, and that's somewhat worse than being bad. Because, let's be honest, if something is just plain bad, you can, at least there's something to say about it, but it's gone from being bad to mediocre, more or less. Middle of the road, not exceptional. Well, yeah, the room is special. As oh, oh my goodness, you're my favorite customer. Wait, what? Something is mediocre, it means it has potential? Yes. Well, I mean, the core gameplay loop of Fallout 76 isn't what people, like Fallout fans, want. And that's something that is never going to change. It's kind of like ESO and general fans of, Bethesda's open world games. ESO is never going to be Skyrim with friends, which is what people originally thought when they heard Elder Scrolls Online. They didn't think World of Warcraft clone with, a little more real-time combat, less on the, no global cooldown. But let's be honest here. The core gameplay loops of these games aren't changing. ESO is much better than it was on... ESO was a bad game on release, but it's climbed its way up to one of the best MMOs running right now, which is... honestly, it paints MMOs in a bad light, because you have things above it like Final Fantasy XIV, let's be honest, even kind of World of Warcraft. Yeah, I don't care about trailers for games anymore. People are like, have you seen a trailer for Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, it's Divinity: The Original Sin 3. It's not Baldur's Gate. I don't care. You like ESO mostly because you love the TS universe. See, that's just it. The TS universe is fun, but Forgotten Realms is a lot better. Forgotten Realms is so much better than the Elder Scrolls universe. And what really bugs me is that they are no way using Elder Scrolls Online to its potential. That's, like, the individual quests are fun. Let's be honest. The Sylvanar, the Green Lady, that's some of the best content that ESO has ever produced, and it's covered in mediocrity. I've noticed a lot of people who talk about the Elder Scrolls universe fondly simply don't have experience with other fantasy universes. They tend to just say, I like this thing, don't bug me. And, you know, they never look at something. I keep holding this box up because I freaking love Spelljammer. I freaking love Forgotten Realms in general. But yeah, they tend to just zone out when you talk about the comparisons to other universes and why the other universes are better. They just kind of like Elder Scrolls games are fun to play, and their lore is fun to talk about, but it's not well written and it's not well executed. It's better in concept than it is in reality. That's unfortunate. Anyway, we're going to put this dagger away here, and we're going to figure things out. Yes, Salvador is a good author. I agree. Let's see. Holy water or toxic clouds. We're holding on to that. How are we doing on potions? Yeah, we're good on potions, I think. Actually, let's grab 2 more heal true potions. Maybe 3 more restore power potions. Yeah, people often they have a lot of fun playing something like Skyrim or Oblivion, and then they get attached to the universe. And rather than, you know, taking the time to dissect it, they tend to hyper-focus on their favorite part of it. And, how do I put this? I've just noticed that a lot of what they hyper-focus on would have made a good game in its own respect, but the developers have no interest in focusing on those things. And let's be honest here, most of Elder Scrolls Online now is pandering. Elsewhere was awful, quite frankly. And now we're encountering... We have this Skyrim ripoff now, where it's like, oh, well, we more or less asset flipped the same part of Skyrim and said, no, it hasn't changed in hundreds of years, don't worry about it. Despite the other side of Skyrim having changed dramatically. Like, Riften is nothing like it was before. Windhelm looks very different as well. And then yet you get over to the new Skyrim content, and it's just a carbon copy of Solitude. It's disgusting, to be honest. And that's the direction they're going now. You know, since Morrowind, really. Since the Morrowind DLC, they've been trying to bank on nostalgia. And they put less and less effort into it. And it's unfortunate because Somerset was actually really good. It didn't do a good job of representing the High Elves. But if you just kind of say, well, maybe that's not Alinor. Maybe it's just a small island, you know, unrelated to it. It's good. It's good content. It's fun to play through. And I find that's most of ESO is. It doesn't do justice to its lore, but it's fun to play through. Yes. That's, for the most part, how I view that content anyway. We're going to put this short sword away. It's magical. We don't know what it does. Think if there's anything else we need to deal with. I don't think so. I think we're in a pretty good situation now. Up one. Yes. There we go. Okay. Yes, exactly. I think we're good. We're good. We don't need to be doing this anymore. That's just it, though. Again, I keep saying this, but Elder Scrolls Online is actually pretty fun. People don't like to hear that because, you know, they want to hear me either hate on it or love it. But ESO, the video game, is pretty fun, and then it's filled with very, very bad executions of the lore. And it's annoying because, again, it adds really good lore, like the Wilder King, for instance. But then it puts the Wilder King side by side in the same overall quest arc as the Wild Hunt. Instead of being eldritch monsters, like it was supposed to be, instead, they're werewolves in feral Bosmer. How boring is that? Anyway, my point is that there are good things in ESO, and then they're set side by side with terrible things. Just awful writing and awful game design decisions. And if you ignore all of that, you just kind of... it's a fun game to play. That's what I'm saying. You say the most enjoyable thing about ESO is exploring the world and seeing locations you haven't been to before, but then, again, the problem is that ESO doesn't do them justice. So, for example, you would think you'd be able to see the Walking City, right? No. The Khajiit thief god Rajin stole the Walking City. Sorry, we can't put the Walking City in a video game. So, yeah, that's my issue there. Is just, no, ESO doesn't abandon the concept of the unreliable narrator. It uses the concept of the unreliable narrator to make the game world more boring than it could have possibly been. That's my point. Yes. All right. So, locator device. Oh, wow, it's in the starting module. It was here in the starting module the whole time. Yes. It was in the starting module. That's the... Oh, God! What's happening here? Oh, no! The Wing-a-ling-ding dragon. I do seriously need to reload, though. Like, I've got an issue with my mouse desyncing. I'm like, this is making me a sad panda. Let's see here. I'm gonna see. Yeah. The mouse is desynced. I'm gonna have to fix that later. I'm just reloading the game really quick. Give me a second. All right. Ooh. Well, aside from the afterlives, the extra planar spaces of the Forgotten Realms, that's really my favorite thing about the Forgotten Realms, because their afterlives tear the shit out of any Oblivion realms that we've seen in the Elder Scrolls. Like, all of their gods are more interesting, and how their gods function are more interesting. But I honestly, I really like the Waterdeep area, and I like Undermountain a lot. The Mad Wizard Halaster's dungeon. But I mean, there's a lot of really cool concepts as well, like the False Hydra and stuff like that. All right, here we go. There are a lot of little things I could talk about as far as see, like the Outer Planes. Some of them, yes. My point is, the overall concept is far better than any Oblivion realms. That's for sure. Once we saw Oblivion realms in Battlespire, we kind of set an expectation that like, it could be anything. It's weird and crazy. Once we stepped into Clavicus Vile's realm by accident in Redguard, and you see Bobus's face morphing between different things, it's like, oh God, these are eldritch demons beyond our understanding. And then you get into Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, it's like, this is just hell. This is just Christian hell. This is terrible. And then ESO carried on with that and just made them each their own versions of hell, basically. It's like, oh boy, look at Cold Harbor. It's blue hell. Oh, look, here's the next little thing. This is going to be Mafala's realm. Oh, it's purple hell with spiders. I think the only interesting one was the Blackfeather Courts area. You know, like the that was the only interesting thing. Well, we went to the colored rooms. Did we? Or was it just a skybox you walked over? Anyway, let's continue. We're gonna fight that wingling ding dragon. Yes. Yes, Apocrypha was kind of cool. I agree. Here we go. Ah, damn, this wingling ding dragon's way too strong. Got him. I hit him once. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Let's see. We're gonna hit him with lightning. Yeah, his hitbox is actually under him, believe it or not. He's just way too big. Ow, ow, I'm almost dead. Need a purification. There we go. And shocking. Okay, we need Torgo's Bracer or we're gonna get our ass kicked here. Torgo's Bracer, here we go. Come on. Ow, 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 ow. I'm almost dead. Purification. I got him. I hit him once. Hit him a second time. 2 more times. Almost dead again. Heal troop. Damn, damn, damn. Come on. The Dragling is dead. They'll talk about this in the Order of the Candle for years. Damn right they will. We did it. Quest complete. Now let's go kill something while Torgo's Bracer's still in effect. Lich! I'm paralyzed. Free action. Damn right. It's useless, useless, useless! You're dead. Very good. Okay. What else? What else? What else? This bracer lets me attack very, very fast. Alright, what else we got? If there's anything else I need here. I think we're in a good situation. Let's use all these bandages for fun. All 20 bandages will become the mummy. There we go. We did it. Additionally, we need to cast stamina. That's pretty good. Yeah, we've done everything we need to do. Let's unequip Torgo's Bracer before it drains too much energy. Very good. And that will do it. The Clockwork City should not... They released the Clockwork City and Falkreath around the same time. And they made Falkreath a dungeon and the Clockwork City a zone, which is incredibly stupid and back-asswards. Clockwork City should have been the dungeon, and Falkreath should have been the zone. But, you know, they wanted to shake things up, and so they did something incredibly stupid. That said, Sothasil's speech, like his monologue to you, his conversation, was one of the most well-written things in the entire game. And it drives me crazy that the person who wrote that speech, that dialogue, went on to write some of the worst things in the game to move forward. It drives me crazy because I'm thinking either he was inspired by something and he never got that level of inspiration again, or something else weird happened, like was maybe plagiarizing someone. I'm not saying that's necessarily true. That's just what the back of my head. That's a little voice that's yapping at me like, plagiarize something. We just haven't found out what it is yet. I'm not saying that's the truth. That's what the back of my head is whispering to me. A little wriggly feeling. Like we're gonna find Sothasil's speech somewhere. In some other media, a book somewhere, or some other guy's going to claim to have written it. That's what I think is going to end up happening, because it drives me crazy that it's the most well-written bit of dialogue in the game, and it's written by the guy who went on to write a bunch of garbage, just trash. And I'm just looking at it like, did you give up? What's wrong with you? Anyway, we gotta kill these guys. I'm gonna hit them both with Toxic Cloud, then Shocking, then Fire. Where's Wizard's Fire? Wizard's Fire. Okay, we're almost done. Just a couple more Dead Man Challenger Strap hits, which is Inferno, and we should be good to go. We got the Ancient Vampire. We can take this guy on our own. Yes. Come on. Just thinking about, you said you keep paralyzing cure gummies under your tongue. I'm almost thinking of those spy movies where the guy has the fake tooth that he then like bites on and breaks. That's what I'm almost thinking of, is like he has a fake tooth filled with cure paralysis potion. Something weird like that. Droids. He has a bad motivator, but otherwise we're pretty good. Oh yeah, let's do that. Come on. Ooh, okay. So I have to hit this. Then I have to hit the switch on the back of this thing. Oh, God, it is filthy over there. Do you see this dust? Look at this dirt. Oh my God. All right. We're gonna have to clean that. But it's radio controlled. There we go. It's a droid that can actually go pretty good distances. But yes. Yes. Works pretty well. You say the comics industry is ruined, but let me ask you something. Was the comics industry ever that great, or was it terrible? Then a certain someone came in and gave it a kind of temporary boost, a golden age, as it were. And then, as his influence faded, did the comic book industry then revert to its original, uncreative, terrible state? And does this only apply to the United States? And in fact, in various parts of Europe, they are writing good comics, and they've still been writing good comics. The difference is that the American press and, the people on the internet in general don't seem to see these great comics. Just food for thought. Might be worth your time researching on the internets. Anyway, let's it's like when people say, make America great again. When was America great, and to what exact greatness are you talking about? Because I suspect you aren't thinking about some pretty bad things in the past, Just Just saying that times were not that great. In fact, let's see here. Anyway, let's go ahead and just use our unrestrainable symbol and back off. Yes. Oh. Okay. Yes. But yes, France does have a really good, a really thriving comic book scene that is not being translated over to the United States. When I say translated, I mean brought over. Ice Storm destroyed the Lich. Very good. I have magic items that I'm using to kill Liches. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, it's right around the corner. No, it's actually downstairs. Let's go downstairs now. Yes. Oh. I'm not saying that there weren't good ideas behind, say, Superman or Batman. I'm just saying that when people tend to trot out an example of, say, Batman being great, that's like a standout issue or a standout, say, 3-part arc, drowning in a sea of shit. That's the problem. Is people will point to these one-off or 3 you know, like, say 3 issue arcs and say, this is awesome, and then you know, there is so much mediocrity surrounding it, and it's been that way for a long time. And so when people say, well, comic books are garbage now, it's not that they suddenly turned garbage. It's that, quite frankly, they've never been great to begin with as a whole, and that we've just had some really standout moments, and that we can point to and say, wouldn't it be great if all of the comic books were this good? Yes. Let's see. Yes. Mess with this. So you have to ask yourself, if you think there were so many good peaks in the past and far fewer now, you have to look at who wrote those and figure out what they're doing now. And they might have left and gone to the indie scene. Think, like, follow the source. You're looking at intellectual properties as if they're a person, and you're going to notice that, like, this 3-issue arc was written by one guy, and then this arc was written by a different guy, and they're chained together. In other words, if you think that there was a peak, like a really good time in this particular history, you need to find out who wrote that and go find out what else they've done. And I suspect you will find the quality wherever they went. But the idea that like Superman, for instance, is inherently of quality is laughable. You know, the idea that Batman is inherently of quality is also laughable. The fact is that there were some great writers that have jumped in for a very short amount of time, done really high quality work, and then left and did other things. And that's really just the history of the comic book industry at this point. They weren't very complicated when they were created. I have to admit, though, Stan Lee, brilliant in his subversion of things. Like, they created Tony Stark, for instance, to be the people who made Iron Man, or initially, I mean, made Tony Stark to represent and glorify the thing everyone was pissed off about at the time. For example, everyone hated the military-industrial complex with a vengeance. And so they had it in their minds that they were going to glorify and get people to like the thing that they currently hate. And they succeeded. They absolutely succeeded. So my point is that the comic book industry has these standout moments where someone has a really good idea and they execute it really well, but then they pass the torch off to another group of people, and then it's either mediocre or trash, usually trash. And so as a whole, I don't have a high level of esteem, I don't really care for the comic book industry as a whole. I'll occasionally say, you know, that's really good, that one particular thing, but I'm not saying that all of Batman is good. I'm saying that that one particular arc was really good. So, but my expectation when we talk about comic books is that they're trash. That's my general expectation. Occasionally, there are good ones. But when people talk about how the comic book industry has declined, follow the creative people who made your favorite comics and figure out where they went. And you'll find your quality. It might not be in the form of a superhero, but you'll find that those creative people are generally still being creative somewhere else. Don't attach yourself to brands. Go find an author you like and, you know, figure out what they're doing now. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's see here. Yes, they're pulp, mass-produced, junket food entertainment. That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. People attach themselves way too much to brands. You'd say the 2010s are way better than the 90s for comic book store. Yes and no. I'd argue that there are standout points in all of them. But no. The movies made those comic book characters mainstream. Which means they got mainstream expectations put upon them. Anyway, we're leaving. We killed the Dragaling, the Wing-a-ling-ding dragon, and we're ready to go. So I think we just need to... Oh, Tasso Parrot is only 4 hours away. Let's go. That's kind of what classic means to people. Well, you have to understand... I mean, when you say that most art is garbage with a few standouts, that's what classic means to some people. Well, there's also this concept, especially in books, of the idea that only literary fiction is worth approaching, worth reading, and genre fiction is trash and never meant to be read ever. There's room for pulpy junk. There's absolutely room for pulpy junk. However, what kind of standards are you holding things to? And what is your baseline for good? You'll find that when we're talking about, say, Fallout, and people say Fallout 76 is great, they're looking at, say, Fallout 3. And, you know, like, is Fallout 3 your baseline of quality? Because I hate to say it, but Fallout 3 is not very good. I love it. I love it because quality is not necessarily the same thing as, you know, how much you like something. It's okay to like bad things. I'm just saying that when people base their standard of whatever they think good is on something that's already really low, yeah, you're going to have a very skewed perspective, and that's why when we talk about you're getting into subjectivity there, though. I'm always getting into subjectivity. I am, by my very nature, subjective. And I will make statements authoritatively as if they are absolute truth. And they're subjective. Those people might dislike Fallout 1. Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. I don't like the combat in Fallout 1 and 2. I will never be a Fallout 1 and 2 fan. I am a fan of Fallout merchandise like Vault Duck. Okay? You know, the crap that Bethesda's peddling. Like the bobbleheads. Okay? I'm a fan of the bobbleheads and the Vault Duck and the lunchbox. Okay? Like, I don't like Fallout 1 and 2's combat. I think Fallout 1 and 2 have a much better story, much better, like, RPG elements, but I drudge through that combat. I find it to be very, very tedious. And if we look at something, you know, else, but the quality of the storytelling and the, you know, just it's so much better in Fallout 1 and 2. Fallout 3 is and the bugs, like, oh god. So when people get used to the bugs in Fallout 3, they go, well, you know, it's Fallout 76 isn't that bad because they're used to Fallout 3 bugs, as if a buggy game was. Yes, we're killing centaurs, by the way. Centaurs are like the rats of my level. Anyway, sorry. Yes. I was gonna say that. Yeah, Fallout 3 is just, from a storytelling perspective, it's pretty terrible. From a character perspective, it's pretty terrible. From a quality standpoint, as far as the what do you call it? As far as the actual video game goes, in terms of how well it was programmed, and you know whether it was glitchy or not, like, it's terrible. So what do I like about it? Well, the open world exploration, do things at your own pace, you know, craft your character the way you want. By the time you get to let's just say, trying to think of a good place. By the time you get to the Citadel, you might already be a powered armored badass who's gone through the Anchorage simulation and learned how to get power armor. Or vice versa, you might be a little weakling who you know, was entirely based on speech and you know, barely eked your way through the ruins. So I love the gameplay style of Fallout 3. But there's so much wrong with it at the same time. So, anyway, we're resuming Travel of Tasso Parrot. My point is that that is how I really enjoyed being able to I really enjoyed Fallout 3, and Fallout 3 is what made me a fan of Fallout. And then Fallout New Vegas is what, you know, was more or less the perfect Fallout game, or at least not perfect, sorry, but the highest quality Fallout game, because it took the RPG elements of the earlier games and it kind of forced them into the open world exploration of Fallout 3, and it created a new type of game. Now, Fallout New Vegas, I'd argue, is far too easy at times. Fallout New Vegas is very exploitable and kind of, I don't know, just, it feels like too populated and too dense for what, you know, this post-apocalyptic world that it's trying to create. But you know what? I enjoyed it nonetheless. That was the most fun I ever had in Fallout, was the Fallout 3 New Vegas experience. Fallout 4, unfortunately, fell down and became an open-world exploration romp with very little in the way of RPG and characters. Instead, it's about building you up, the player. And I think it's okay. I honestly, it's very fun and engaging when I play it, but I would say New Vegas is the best of them, for sure. Yes. Yes. Okay, so, here we go. Yes. Well, you have to understand, though, that this game is not about open world exploration. We've changed it with mods to allow you to travel in real time through the world and actually get there at a decent clip. Yes. It's not strange if you're trying to broaden your audience. That's my point. Is ultimately these franchises, whoops, hit my mic stand like a genius. That's my point. You can explain all of the choices Bethesda has made, but explaining them does not excuse them. Explaining them does not make them the best choice for pre-existing fans. And that's why when pre-existing fans say, you are pushing away from the things we like, that's why people complain, criticize, and otherwise say, hey, what are you doing? And they ask for a spiritual successor. And that's why, you know, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night got made. It's because people didn't want God of War Castlevania. They, you know, that's what ended up getting made. They didn't want mobile phone Castlevania. They ended up getting what they wanted through a Kickstarter. Because eventually, if these people are going to try to broaden the market again and again and again, it destroys, as you put it, niche art. And then the result is that, you can continually explain things away, but let's see here. Yep. Hold on. Let's see. Yes. You're not defending it. That's what happened. That's what I'm trying to say, though, is that explaining it does not excuse it. And it's already been explained many a time. So you're retreading the same waters that we've been through many a time. Anyway, let's see. Yes. Okay, let's go. Yes. Games are actually improving in overall quality. I'm not talking about Bethesda's. I'm not talking about Bethesda's games. But games in general are improving in overall quality. And they have been for years. For years. We've been getting better and better games. People don't like the niche destroying direction that these games are going in. How do I put this? The ever push for accessibility that people are trying to create. Yes, exactly. Interactivity declining, becoming more cinematic, all of that. That is absolutely true. But the overall quality of these games, we're talking about the art direction, the voice acting quality, the things like that are actually getting better and better. They are pumping more money than ever into games. I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's a thing that's happening. And so indie games are very quickly replacing... Well, we got a vampire we got to fight. Whoop. She's trying to hit me with her spells. Oh, I just got hit. I'm silenced. See, she hit me. Now she's running up to me. She's like, you can't use magic. Haha. Oh, can I? Can I? Orc strength potion. And, am I freezing? Am I freezing to death? I'm freezing to death. Okay, cloaks. We're good. Stamina, please. Hey. Oh, I can self-cast stamina. Okay. Oh, what that was then. Don't know what she hit me with. Well, what'd you hit me with? Sleep. Okay, so she reduced my stamina dramatically. That's what happened. I was scared there for a moment. Yes. Okay. Now, here's the thing, and I've noticed this semi-recently. I talk about how there are good indie games, but you have to understand that for every good indie game that's popping up, there are hundreds and hundreds of bad indie games that never really get noticed by the public. It's kind of like what I was talking about comic books. You know, like, I get emails by like 20 or 30 different people almost daily asking for me to cover their indie game. And that's all well and good, but if I did that, I wouldn't have time to do what I want to do. So I tend to ignore most of them unless I'm given a really, really good reason. Everyone thinks their idea is a good idea because they had it. However, as far as... let's look at Pillars of Eternity. People kept telling me, you should play... You like Neverwinter Nights? Neverwinter Nights is one of your favorite games of all time. You should play Pillars of Eternity. So I did, and I was kind of bored. I thought that, like, every time I step back into Pillars of Eternity, I think to myself, I want to play more Neverwinter Nights now. This has made me nostalgic for a better game. And that kind of triggers people. And they tell me how Neverwinter Nights isn't as good as I remember. And then I have to remind them that you shouldn't be playing the base game. You should be playing Shadows of Undrentide and Hordes of the Underdark. That's when the game actually gained quality. You know, and we go back and forth, yap. But then I just say, if we want a real evolution of old CRPGs, Divinity: The Original Sin feels like a modernized CRPG. It really does. Pillars of Eternity feels like it's just kind of wallowing in the same content. Planescape Torment and Torment Tides of Numenera are both amazing, but they're different. They are not the same as Baldur's Gate or an Icewind Dale. They are very focused. Is that people trying to make updated versions of existing games is goofy? Well, here's the thing, though. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is one of my favorite games now. It has effectively replaced Aria of Sorrow as my go-to game after Symphony of the Night. Curse of the Moon is the new Castlevania 3. But they didn't just copy those games, they innovated. Ritual of the Night is actually a supercut of Symphony of the Night's quest structure, combined with Aria of Sorrow and Order of Ecclesia's standout game mechanics. You see, while trying to create a new version of an old game, they also adapted and combined elements to create something new and of quality. And that's a very important thing, is they didn't just try to recreate the old thing. And that's why we look at, say, Freedom Planet. I mentioned, like, this is the best Sonic the Hedgehog game I've ever played. And that's because it isn't Sonic the Hedgehog. It just plays like one. But then the characters, like, Lilac can do her spin dash in midair. And the boss fights don't encourage you to wait like Sonic fights. Sonic fights have you wait and then attack. Wait and then attack. Whereas Freedom Planet encourages you to be on the offense against bosses constantly, and then dodge attack, and then continue to be on the offensive, and then dodge attack repeatedly. So it's a completely different mentality. Like, they modernized the boss fights to be more engaging. I could go on, but I love reimaginings of older games, provided there is something that gives them value. It's yeah, exactly, a new game with an old wrapper, pretty much. It's not the same thing as again, Pillars of Eternity, which just honestly reminds me of it makes me want to go play Neverwinter Nights instead, and that's unfortunate. Anyway, Fighter Trainers is where we're gonna go. We're back in Tasso Parrot. We can go to Fighter Trainers anytime we want. Very good, very good. Very good. All right, that's the Daedric Longbow that broke. Now it is whole again. This Daedric Longbow broke. It will be repaired. Let's see. We need to find all the things that are damaged or otherwise in bad condition, and we'll get them nice and repaired. I'm gonna repair this one first, though. The broken one. Broken? Yes. Actually, hold on. Used? Yes. Then... I know, it's slightly used, broken. Okay, so it will repair them in the order they are damaged. Very good. Let's see here. Now we need to repair these broken daggers. Any that are broken, and worn. We'll repair that one as well. We'll go with the, no, just broken. It's fine. That should do it. I think we're in a good situation now. We'll just have these all repaired. So, take about 4 days and 4,000 gold. I'm wondering, it said 4,000 gold. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try maybe possibly using my Torque of Friendship. Give it a try. We're going to try the Torque of Friendship and see how that works. I'm curious about this. Let's see. Starting here, we slightly used, broken. And then 3,844. Good. That worked out. So we're repairing all this stuff. And the rest of these are new and are in good condition. I'm happy about that. Yes. All right, we got... When did we get these new Daedric Greaves? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Let's see. Equip that. We're in good condition now. We just need to head on out. Let's see. Looks like the knights are probably closed for the night. We'll head on over there anyway. Worst case scenario, we go over there. They're busted. So be it. No big deal. Check something really quick. Very good. Ooh. Gonna say. Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna go down south to the Bank of Sentinel. Uh-huh. Mouse and dagger. Mm-hmm. You tend to respond with games that are updated like Final Fantasy VII. I like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I like everything about it up until the end of the game. And then I think it just turns into Kingdom Hearts trash. Like, giving Jessie an updated character arc, making the combat system a refined action game, I don't mind that. I really don't mind that. It's not the same game anymore. It's obviously a new game, a new way of playing it. But I don't mind its existence up until they completely ruin the story and, you know, turn it into Kingdom Hearts. Which is what the Final Fantasy VII Remake does. It tries to tell a new story where it's going... And it's saying... yes, I just broke in here, by the way. Or they're like, we are undoing the events. We're doing the events wrong, and now these whispers are coming to to fix the events that Sephiroth has made gone wrong. And I thought, wow, this is trash. Everything up until then was really well done, though. That's the problem. Is again, I can't say the Final Fantasy VII Remake was trash. It's just its ending was trash. Because its ending was, hey, this isn't the old game, you know. We're going to change it now. We are going to complete, like, the story's changing, see? These things called whispers. Yeah. Exactly. It's not a remake, it's a sequel. Bingo. It's a time travel story where Sephiroth has gone back in time and is undoing events. Yes. And, you know, I think that overall it is an upgrade in quality. I was originally afraid they were going to do this whole, oh, Sephiroth is here and he's Cloud's nemesis through the entire game, but they didn't do that. They, you know, Cloud's just being delusional like he was in the original game. But then they pop Sephiroth in at the very end in order to be, in order to have a big Kingdom Hearts style spiritual thing, which made no sense. That it's bad writing when they tell you the story in one way and then in a different way it just makes people lose interest. Oh. I mean, if it makes people lose interest in it, yeah, it makes them completely uninvested in the story. I don't know what to say about that. Huh. Torque. Let me see here. Trying to figure out where we're going. I will just go home for now. Yeah. We'll just go home. Ah, yes. We will save it there under We Are Home. Alright. So. We're gonna go upstairs. And take a nap. My backstabbing and dodging skills are improved. Damn right they are. Okay, we're going to go to Wagon, and we're going to pull out these new Daedric Greaves we picked out. We're going to put them in with the rest of our Daedric armor that we're hoarding. Daedric armor with gold on it is the best. Why? It's identical. It's in terms of armor rating, it's identical, but it looks fancy. So. Ooh. I mean, GoldenEye Source, in my opinion, is the perfectly updated version of GoldenEye. Let's see. What are we talking about? I don't know. I just, I guess someone did something similar with Daggerfall. They created a Skyrim mod they called Skaggerfall, and it was awful in terms of how it depicted the Iliac Bay being, you know, just like they recreated the main dungeons and that's it. And there are people who decided to how do I put this? To really say, this is Daggerfall remastered in Skyrim, you should play it. Like, no, this doesn't have practically any of the core systems. But yes, Resident Evil 2 Remake was really, yeah, it was really good. Ooh. The Skyrim Super Mario mod, of course I have. We saw that early on. Okay, it's 6 a.m. now, so the place opens at 11, and we can't turn in the Dragaling quest until 11 o'clock. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do. I think the answer is we're going to go to the general store now. Also going to unequip our... Yes! That is our top quality gear there. There we go. That's fine. Did I ever play Resident Evil 2 Remake on stream? No. I played it at a friend's house. I have no interest in owning it because I'm not a Resident Evil fan. I like one Resident Evil game a lot, and people hate that game. People hate that game so much, and I love it because it's cheesy and insane. Well, I also like Resident Evil 5, but for a completely different reason. Sheva! No, let's see here. What do we got going on? Yes. Resident Evil 6 is, like, it is just so bad it's good. I like it, but I'm not a fan of the Resident Evil franchise at all. I mean, it's fun to laugh at every once in a while. So, let's see here. What I'll remember Resident Evil 4, like, I didn't enjoy Resident Evil 1's gameplay, really, or any of the others. Considering. Yeah, so I do have 2 bows there. No problem. Not much to see here at the moment. Gonna buy some bread. Yes. More bread. Some apples, oranges. Sure. Yes. Figuring out where we're going now. We don't need to go to the Precious Stone store, but we do need to go down to the antiquity shop. Very good. Alright, let's see here. House of the Dead for Wii was even weirder, you say? Well, I have only played the original House of the Dead arcade game and House of the Dead 2 for the Dreamcast. I have not played any other... I've seen other games in it. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you say? Hold on. Okay, we need to do one of the best ones. Here, Arnold Schwarzenegger would be... fake Arnold Schwarzenegger, I should say, was... I want you to imagine a dystopian future where no one believes in space anymore, and so you have to start a crowd kicker campaign where you kick people and they drop money, and then you add that money to your crowd kicker campaign so you can fund your stretch goals. That's the amazing future that awaits us all. Wait for it. Wait for it.
There has been an incident. Have you felt it? We are broke. No one believes in space anymore. This colony is not going to build itself. But people fund anything these days. They are our last resort. Help me, Pilgor. You are my only goat. Together, we will forge this empire. I'll be the governor of the universe. Listen to me. You will stop at absolutely nothing to make the galaxy great again. You really think I have all the money? Wrong. The people have the money. And we will make them pay!
Goat Simulator Waste of Space is one of the most amazing things ever made. And it has full space flight. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It has full space flight in it. Here's the problem, though. This is how you control it. You can only control two things at once. And you have to choose which hand you're moving and then use it to hit the right button at the right spot. It's it's not good, but you have full space flight with those controls. Yes. Yes, exactly. It's amazing. You just have to bump the stick around. That's how it works. All right. Oh, no. There are various locations you can fly to. If you can, but you'll probably just crash your ship, which is why you can respawn it infinitely. But there are issues with spacing yourself and things like that. I just broke into the pawn shop and I'm stealing a holy tome and a ring and a wand and a rare symbol and 20 units of oil and all these books, as well as this fish and this ring and an icon. Yes, I'm stealing all the content of this place. That's, yes. There we go. Perfect. I don't have high expectations for Bloodlines 2, but I'll end up playing it eventually. I'll watch other people play it first, because I'm certainly not going to be an early adopter of that. Does MO2 work? For Mod Organizer 2, what you need to do... to get Mod Organizer 2 running in Linux, because you're asking about that, Momo, what you would do is you'd run the Lutris install script. So you'd install Lutris and then, you know, run this install script. It was updated 1 month, 3 weeks ago. Yes. You'll notice that the last problem someone had with it was 5 months ago. And then it's been updated a month ago. There's a reason for that. Because they fix problems. It's amazing. Okay. Let's see here. Gonna try to sneak in here. Order of RK. Let's go check for potions again. We have to wait until 11 o'clock. It's 8 now, but we have to wait until 11 before we can... Oh, we got Heal True, Healing. Heal True and Healing. That's unfortunate. Hoping for more. Orc Strength. No. Slow Fall is terrible. Why don't you have stamina potions, you crazy people? Heal True, Purification, Cure Poison. That's about it. Well, I kickstarted the System Shock remake, so I better be getting my copy. Anyway, we're gonna loiter for 3 hours, just kind of chill out here in the temple. I certainly pay them enough. All right. Bank a sentinel here. Order of the Candle. Yes. I've got to say, it's been very interesting the way the System Shock remake started. They got a lot more money than they asked for. So then publishers came in and started saying, hey, you could do this, you could do that. Why don't you make a spiritual successor instead? Make it like something truly great. And by the time they were done, they had all these ideas that were not System Shock remake. And people got pissed at them, had a talk with them, and they ended up having to lay off all the people they had just hired. And they pretty much downscaled it back to just a remake. But yeah, it was turbulent, and it cost them like 3 months of development time because they had this idea that they were going to make it something bigger and better than just a remake of System Shock. And then, you know, all the people who Kickstarter like, this isn't what we paid for. What are you doing? And so they went back to doing, you know, what they said they were going to do initially. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of an example of, you know, how things can just spiral out of control when you make too much money off a Kickstarter and them correcting course, bringing it back. Yep. Let's see here. Ooh. Okay. Almost done. Wait. Said Shenmue 3 is setting up for another sequel. Well, I'm sure it made the bare minimum of money it needed to... Here's the thing. I didn't like Shenmue or Shenmue 2. So the fact that it has fans has always boggled my mind. The Yakuza games managed to do the Shenmue stuff right. But even from the very beginning, Shenmue has never been interesting to me. I don't understand what people liked about it from the very beginning. They saw the interactivity as next gen. My goodness. All right. All hail Whispers in Shadow shall for this point onward be known as Dragon Slayer. All right. Very good. Very good. All hail me. Yes. Right arm and valued confident. Of course, of course. I'm just making a screenshot of that because it's hilarious. All right. Am I known as the Dragon Slayer now? God. Knights of the Candle, 78 reputation. Damn right. Damn right. Doing well. Okay. But yeah, the Yakuza games went and took the overall terrible like, I don't care about the voice work and facial animations that much, really. That's never been what has brought me into games. It's always been the interactive elements, and I don't know. You said Shenmue 3 beats Mighty Number 9. Yes, but 20XX beats Mighty Number 9. I mean, let's look at Echoes of Eridu, which got $20,000, and you know, like, Echoes of Eridu became hold on. Pull this up. Yeah. So Echoes of Eridu kickstarted for $20,000, became 20XX when it was fully released. How they didn't get sued by Capcom, I'll never know. But it's Better Man X. Yep. Yeah, it's Mega Man X, but roguelike and faster. And it was kickstarted for $20,000. Yes. Here. I'm just saying, you've got games like Mighty Number 9 that nobody gives a shit about, and it is legitimately bad. And then you have stuff like this, which were made for $20,000, which are... It's amazing by comparison. Yes. That's the point, is it's Mega Man X, but fast. You know what's also funny about Mighty Number 9? It's the studio of Mighty Number 9 isn't bad. It's just the guy who was in charge was terrible. Let's go. Let's see. Ooh, think it was this. Hold on. Yes. But the studio that made what is it called? Mighty Number 9 also made this.
The hero is a 14-year-old boy who goes by GV. He's a psychic with the power of lightning who works for the anti-Smeragi resistance group, Quill. These are the members of Quill. Together with GV, they fight against Smeragi for the freedom of all.
Lazy Laser!
Lazy Laser.
GV faces formidable foes, including Merak, Yota, who possesses the power of light speed,
They made Mighty Number 9, and that game is so much better. Now, you may think, well, it's anime as fuck. Do we really want to play a game that's anime as fuck? And the answer is probably no for you guys. But they also made, after making there are people who said, well, the people who make good games obviously don't work at the company anymore. And when Mighty Number 9 came out, that was the death of their company. Which is wrong. Wrong. It's, how do I put this? Afterward, they made, shut up, let's see here. It would be, here we go. Here's the game they made after Mighty Number 9.
Zangetsu, a sword-wielding exorcist who will stop at nothing to eradicate all demons. Miriam, a young woman who has had crystals transplanted by alchemists. She battles against demons with her fearsome whip. Alfred, an alchemist seeking the Liber Logaeth texts. He battles demons with his mastery of alchemy. G-Bell, a young man who, like Miriam, has had crystals transplanted. He bears deep hatred for humans and alchemists alike.
I had Mighty Number 9 fuck up again? Well, it's just a fairly bad game. That's the best way to explain it. Then, hold on.
Inti create.
Yeah. Wilburger videos, of course. That makes sense. Let's see here. Yes. I think it was, you said translation, you have no clue. Well, I mean, it's a bad Mega Man game, really. Let me see. Hold on a second.
Under siege by a new group of demon slayers. Zangetsu, a sword-wielding exorcist who will stop at nothing to eradicate all demons. Dominique, an exorcist sent by the church who heals her allies and uses her spear to fell demons. Robert, a sharpshooting soldier capable of sniping his demonic foes with an arsenal of firearms. Hachi, a corgi who pulverizes demons by controlling a colossal suit of magic armor. Will you face the demonic threat alone or with comrades by your side? Life and death hang in the balance as the horrible night rages on once again.
Yes, a corgi. That's right. Let's see here. So, now, for anyone who wants to, who doesn't want to be spoiled for the end of the second game, you can go, let me see here. Yes. You can go AFK for a minute or two, mute the stream, but I'm just going to spoil the second game really quick. Because this is how you go anime as fuck on your retro video game. Here we go. You see, the name of his sword means literally in Japanese to cut the moon. And so he cut the moon. Yes. They took his sword's name literally. Yes. It seems a bit excessive. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And yet, it is an amazing game. And, yeah. Let's see here. Here, hold on. I found first 40 minutes of gameplay from Mighty Number 9 by some people. This is exciting content. This is Mighty Number 9. And you see, he has to dash. He has to shoot things until they are weak, and then he dashes through them. That's Mighty Number 9.
Here we go. All right, the lab is just ahead.
That's.
Zonda, are you still there?
It's a game about shooting things until they're weak and then dashing through them.
I don't know what that guy's deal was.
Don't know who this is playing it, but hey, for Pete's sake, indeed. Yes. Shoot, and then you see it's it has like an immunity phase that you have to then you have to damage it until it's weak, and then you dash through it to make that immunity end, basically. And you see the way it's actually healing up. This guy doesn't know what he's doing when he's fighting it either. That's the funny part. Is like the player who's playing right now doesn't know that when it starts flashing, you have to dash through him to delete that health. There we go. See, he did it. He deleted that health by dashing through it. But he has to do he has to hit it a certain amount of times with lemons and then dash through it. There you go. He's going to invent a combustible lemon that's going to burn Life's house down. Let's see here. Right. But yeah, Azure Striker Gunvolt, extremely fun. Mighty Number 9, not very fun. Then, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, very fun. So they literally went from making a fun game to a not fun game to a fun game. No. Let's see here. The studio also made a game I really enjoy, because here's the thing. Azure Striker Gunvolt 3 is going to be in Gunvolt 2's good ending. And then they made a game that's in Gunvolt 2's bad ending as well. They made a side game that takes place in, what do you call it? In the bad ending. At Luminous Avenger X.
Copen, the mysterious young man known as the Luminous Avenger X. His basic attack is a photon laser gun that fires high-speed projectiles directly at his targets. Copen marks his targets by dashing into them. He can then hit all his shots with perfect accuracy from anywhere on the screen. By consuming bullets, Copen can perform a high-speed aerial bullet dash.
Yeah. Point is, like, that comes from the bad end of, that comes from the bad end of Gunvolt 2. And then that whole game is going to get ignored, obviously, when they do Gunvolt 3, which takes place in the good ending of Gunvolt 3. Gunvolt 2. And it's just like, oh my god. Different timelines in my video games? Yes, different timelines in your video games. Jeez. That reminds you need to finish Celeste. Celeste is a good game, actually. Yes. Okay. Well, there we go. So, trying to figure out what I want to do now. The bank, I've already. Well, let's go in the bank. Screw it. Bank is a good idea. Yes, take a sip from your water skin, your sippy cup. All right. Step 1 will be to go to put my letter of credit away. Still have 70,000 in my letter of credit. That's very good. Okay, now we'll talk to this guy and be like, deposit our money. So, good. We deposited all our coins. We still have our letter of credit, which we're going to take out. We just didn't want it to be displaying so we could tell exactly how much money we had in coins. Not going to the Order of the Candle right now. I figure we'll go do some Mages Guild stuff in a different region. And we'll basically get ourselves ready to go visit another region for now. Trying to figure out exactly what I want to do with this. Got our house up there. Trying to figure out what I want to do with this at the moment. I suppose it might be time to just visit Daggerfall again. We don't want to run across the entirety of the world anymore. So we're going to try to do things specifically in one region or another. Okay, we're back home, as you can tell. We are home. Very good, very good. I'm going to figure out how many... Good on potions for the moment. Don't have to deal with that. Debating if there's, like, alchemy ingredients I need to put away. And the answer is still no. I actually think we're in a pretty good situation. Maybe we want to pick up a few more daggers before we go. Let's do that, actually. Let's pick up a few more daggers. You know, so that they can fall. Let's see. Yeah, we'll pick up 3 more daggers, and that'll be good. So we have 4 spare daggers total. Put those away. And our spare bow, we'll put that away as well. Everything looks great. Okay. Let's not do any more quests right now, and instead proceed north to the nearest port town. Gonna go in the Mouse and Dagger and get our water skins refilled. So we just go over to our inventory, type water. Yes. We need to grab specifically the empty water skins, which we'll know because they don't weigh 2 kilograms. They weigh less than 2 kilograms. Okay, grab some stew, and we refilled all our water. Very good. And now we can actually proceed north. And we are going to go to the nearest port town and head back to Daggerfall. Actually thinking about buying a house in Daggerfall, or maybe one of Daggerfall's smaller cities or towns. Contemplating it. I just need to find a town that has both a bank and a, what do I call it? Hold on. Throw a cloak on so we don't bake in the sun. Eat a damn fish. Not hungry enough to eat the fish. Damn shame. Damn shame. Whatever shall we do with all of this? Just realized how many items I had stolen from the local pawn shop when they were open. Oh, sorry, when they were closed. Before they opened. Why am I saying this? Let's find out where the port town is. Cool, 6 hour north. We can do it. We do not need to hunt animals. Don't need to do that right now. Alright. So, let's see. Ooh, we are absolutely overheating now. We're gonna cast down a couple times. Figure out if there's anything else we need to do. I think the answer is no, but we're gonna put on some sandals and see if we've got a skirt or something we put on that's will cover us, but otherwise get us more air. Air, I say. There's a wrap. That's a wrap. Okay. That's better. Let's Star Trek minus context posted this. Perhaps you should retire to your bed. The look on those actors' faces, I'm just saying. Pretty impressive. Okay. Yeah. A pile of wood and a few tents seem close. There's no fire. No signs anyone's been here recently. Something seems off. I proceed with caution. I basically ran past the encounter because I don't know what the encounter's going to be. I was just like, I don't want to deal with any of this. Very good, very good. Wait, what did we just run by? Benevolence of Mara and the gold mug. Cool. Let's go over to the gold mug and get our water skins refilled. Also check out the local, whatever that store is. I'm interested. Yes. Did I ever add that picture? I forgot. I believe I... Oh, yes, I did.
I'm interested in this.
Very good. Okay. So we're going to go over to the gold mug. Then we're going to have a chat. Yes. Refill our water. Perfect. And then we go north. Everything is good so far. Yes. This is indeed a good evening. I'll probably be doing things... Oh, yeah. Everything's great. Okay, we're going to check out the gear store. Then we're going to head north to the port town. And then we can take a ship across the bay to Daggerfall. Additionally, I believe I've been running long enough to eat a damn fish and some orange and apple. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to eat anything else. Alright, let's see. Buy another one of these. Should be fine. Nothing else of value here. We just bought a couple pieces of food. We probably won't need them, but, you know, worst case scenario, get waylaid in the desert for a day. It can happen. Heading north. Very good. Alright, hostile encounter. We're going to try to avoid it. And we failed to avoid the encounter, so we are fighting a bandit. Looks like. I pinched 3 gold pieces off of him, and now I'm going to plunk him to death with arrows. Because that is my mastered skill. Is archery. I say as I just immediately let an arrow fly by him. There we go. He was a Nightblade. Hopefully he didn't poison me. I'd hate for that to happen. Investigate. Whoops. Yeah, we're healthy. Every once in a while it'll go, you feel somewhat bad. And then, well, that's very descriptive. You feel somewhat bad. Okay. Don't need to search for water. We can keep going. We refilled our water skins at a local tavern we passed by, so we don't have to worry at all. Our goal is going to be to reach the port town. Then we'll take a ship to Daggerfall. And we'll probably try to find a house in Daggerfall to work toward. I didn't exactly bring my wealth over from Sentinel. I could have, but I plan to build up wealth in Daggerfall as well. I plan to be wealthy in all the regions. Or at least the ones that don't hate me. Because quite a few regions hate me for some reason. I may have done certain things. Alright. Gonna Gonna stop for a moment. We've traveled quite some distance, and I believe it is time to have a loaf of bread, and we'll continue. We're supposed to be overheating and rapidly losing our stamina, but we've got enough water to see us through, so that doesn't happen. Okay. Ooh. Looks great. Ah, harpies. We immediately get attacked. It gets dark and then the monsters come out. Let's put it like that. So, luckily these harpies are just sky rats. For us, at least. They can only be hurt by, what, Mithril or greater? Elven or greater? Something like that. But we murder them pretty easily regardless. Because we're using Daedric gear. Yes. Checking one more thing. Okay. We have arrived in the port town. Let's go check out the antiquities store before it closes. It's probably a pawn shop. Might be able to buy some arrows or bandages or something here. Maybe. Maybe nothing of value was purchased. That's fine. What kind of painting is this? Give me info. Nope. Can't read any of those paintings. Makes me sad. Well, there is nothing of value for me to purchase here. In which case, we'll just go ahead and take a boat now. So we're going to go over to Daggerfall, and we're going to take a ship over to the capital. It's going to take 7 days, but it's going to be free travel. I wonder why it's going to be free. Oh, well. Probably because I own a ship. If I own a ship, I certainly don't remember it. Yep, okay. Typing something in really quick. Someone hands me a letter. Someone's following you. Should I hide? No. No, I'm not gonna hide. Bandit! No, it's not a bandit, it's a bounty hunter. Crap. Alright, free action. And now we're hunting. Hunting this bounty hunter. Yes. We're outside the capital of Daggerfall. And it's getting late. I'm actually afraid in less than an hour, King Lysandus' spectral army will come out and make us all sad pandas. So we have to try our best to murder this enemy as quickly as possible. We're going to use Toxin to destroy the enemy. Yes. Then we're going to use Wildfire. That should do it. I don't think there's any other... anything else we can do. This battle mage is tanky. Tanky battle mage. I'm glad no one's walked up to me during this fight, because... Force bolt! You're paralyzed. Excellent. We can finish this enemy off now. Thank goodness. Success. That's how many successful backstabs it took to kill her. She was tanky. Wow. That was frightening. I'll take that pair of good boots. Alright, we are soaked, drenched in fact. Gonna cast Balm a bunch, waste all our magic healing up. How are we doing in terms of our regional reputation? We are respected, very good. So the bounty hunter came from another region to try to get me. Makes sense to me. Let's see here. Checking what else we've got. I typically shy away from Flash games, especially considering Flash is a dying medium, but it looks pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty good in concept. Alright, let's see. We are now going to head on down to the circle. The market square, I figure. There's a Temple of Kinnereth here, not that I need to worry about that. I just need to not be outside at night. As in less than 40 minutes, King Lysandus' spectral army is going to come out, and we don't want to be outside when that happens. You'll hear vengeance, and suddenly you get attacked by a little specter, and then another little specter, and another little specter, and then you'll just go vengeance from then on, and you won't get attacked, but it'll be annoying because nothing will be open. Everything is closed. Ooh, the paralysis is still in effect, even though the potion wore off. Madness, I say. Madness. Yep. Hello there. How are you? I'm paralyzed in my spot, so let's have a talk. Any news by chance? None that you know of. Well then, where am I? I'm in Daggerfall. In Daggerfall! I'm in the town of Daggerfall in the kingdom of Daggerfall. Do you know anything about the Order of Arcay? Gotta be around here somewhere. Oh wow, you really are uneducated, aren't you? Okay, very good. Very good, very good. Now then, I don't remember Momo. Alright, let's see. I believe it'll actually install the script extender all on its own, but don't quote me on that. Okay. Bandage. Oof. Wait, was I? Oh, wow, look at my stats. I was freezing to death out there. In the rain. Yeah, in the rain, I was, I was freezing to death. Okay, well, I can't carry anything right now. I might as well just loop around as quickly as I can. I'm about to pass out, so. Restless Djinn, thank goodness. Hello, sir. I need some stew to warm me up, and I need a room for the night, because I am nearly dead. Let's try in here. Ah, yes, a wholesome room in the inn. This is exactly what we expect from Daggerfall. This is why I don't spend very much time in Daggerfall, because this is the kind of inn we're looking at. Let's talk to her. Hello there. Any news? Can't think of any. Where am I? I'm in the Restless Djinn. Tell me about the Underking. This is what they says. The Underking is sort of a lich. Powerful, mysterious, ancient lich. Where does he live and what does he want? I can't tell you. So, yeah. Ooh. I can't tell you what that is. Yeah. So, this room looks nice and empty. Sleep. Okay, it is now midnight. Let's go outside so we can see what's out there, because wouldn't it be fun to head on outside while King Lysandus' spectral army is hunting the world? I like how people are still outside. Vengeance. Oh, everyone left. Everyone's gone now. Loiter for an hour. Vengeance. There he is! Vengeance! How are my stats? They're holding up just well. Fine. Okay. Do it! That's the first wraith. There'll be more. I'm actually going to go back to bed. I don't want to fight wraiths all night. But that's what happens when you go outside. That is absolutely what happens when you go outside at night in Daggerfall. Now, we have things to do. First and foremost, we're going to try to boost our restoration by healing ourselves completely. Then we'll cast Buoyancy, Jumping, Slow Falling, Levitation, Light, and now we'll sleep. And it'll take about 8-9 hours for us to get a full night's sleep. And there we go. It is 8:11, so no more wraiths outside. And people should be popping in any second. Very good. Very good. Yes. My food is getting ripe now, unfortunately. Something about, oh, too disgusting to force down. A putrid food. Damn shame. Well, we've eaten now. I like how there's just the remains of the wraith sitting there. That's funny. All right. Well, time for us to visit Castle Daggerfall. Is there an archaeologist guild in Daggerfall? I don't think there is. I'm curious. I'm curious if there is. All right, there's the Temple of Kinnereth. There is an archaeologist guild here. I wonder if I want to set up a house in the capital here. I could do it. I could definitely do it. You can have one house per kingdom, to my knowledge. So, let's head over here. I believe that the people of Daggerfall have quests for me, so I'm probably gonna have to travel across the world again. Not that I want to do that, but I'm probably going to do that. So, here we go. Very good. I'm gonna save it under Dagoth Fell West 01. All right, here we go. All are free to petition His Highness at this time. Do not stray from the audience chamber, lest ye have royal business to do so. Always speak politely to the king and queen. Above all else, cast no spells within these walls. Do you agree to these terms? Fuck yes. Well, that didn't work. Try again. Hell. Yeah. How about yes? No? Yes didn't work. How about why? Why? Just the letter Y. Y/N. I was trying to, normally I just type yes, but I figured, why not? Try it. All right, so the Queenie sent us on a quest last time, and the King hasn't really talked to us yet. I don't think I want to talk to the King, to be honest. But the Queenie, she's been pretty good to us so far. She gave us a mark of healing and all that. Good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to save it under Dagoth Fell Quest 01, and then we are going to eat more fish. Yes. Eating fish is important. These ones are too disgusting to eat, but it's fine. Because we need to read a letter. Queen Abuki of Daggerfall, we need your assistance. Your valor and discretion are invaluable. All right. Meet me in Castle Daggerfall when you next pass through. I have passed through. Whispers in shadow. I know not how to broach this subject. I need you to promise me on your ancestors' honor that you can help me and never breathe what I say to anyone. Do you swear? Yes. All right. So, my mother, the Dowager Queen of Daggerfall and widow to Queen Lysandis, is a mistress of the household finances. I've noticed that she has been paying for the upkeep of a fortress, Necromagan. Let's see, complete with a platoon of soldiers. A short while ago, she disappeared with a wrapped parcel. Came back with empty hands. Let's see, she recently left again with another parcel of letters. My spies have verified she's gone to the castle. have trust my suspicion. Her activities are just let's see. Oh, her suspicion of her activities is justifiable. I'm not in the position to offer proof. I need you to go to the castle, find the parcel of letters, or any information about the activities. They'll be returning in 32 days. Cannot have more time than that. So we've got to get to this castle, get a parcel of letters or any other information we can find, and get back in 32 days. Very well. That's why we apply the power of the Mark of Recall, so we get stuck in here again. There's a thing where these doors are shut no matter what when we recall back. No big deal there. Ooh. All right. He said the queen is jealous. The king is jealous the queen has the hots for you. Maybe so. Maybe she just sees a useful tool. An Argonian who wears really weird clothing, who is somehow revered in various kingdoms as a legendary knight, and yet totally does skeevy little quests for people. I have no idea. All right. We must now find the castle. How far? Oh, God, it is currently... There are no ships sailing for that port. Okay, makes sense. So... he said, why not Mark of Recall in the courtyard instead? Because then I couldn't instantly turn in the quest. I'd have to wait until they're open, and I don't want to do that. Especially if it's in the middle of the night, and then King Lysandra's like, vengeance! Alright. Thanks, Coffee Powered. Coffee. Well, that's the last of that. I'm going to have to get some more. Alright, 23 hours to journey there. Let's get out of town. No delay, no delay. Best equipment store. Let's go get ourselves some food for the journey. Thought about that. I have stamina potions, which are good enough, but, you know. It's the fall, everything's getting colder. You buy some fish, buy some meat. Buy some arrows. Make sure we're doing this properly. Anything else I need? Yes. Very good. We got fish, we got meat. Everything looks good. Let's get out of here. Yes. So, what we're going to do now is we are going to... make sure all my coins are put away. Change up our outfit. Something a bit warmer, I think. We're also going to drop this putrid fish and apple and see if it's still here when I come back later. I don't think it will be, but, you know, it might be. Alright, for clothing. We're going to put on a heavy surcoat along with... let's get some heavier pants. I believe I have them on me. Yeah, heavy pants. And then some nice heavy boots. That's good. That's a nice thick outfit. 2 formal cloaks. Then we'll set that as traveling gear. We bundled it. Let's see, how are we doing? Might be comfortable if we dress lighter. So we're 1 cloak lighter. Perfect. It is a cool and sunny fall day. We're in a good outfit now. Let's get out of here. Okay. I'm just looking at that hawk shop thinking I want to try to break in. Just not unlock. We're not going to force the door. Yes, we are. Just hopefully... Give me a second here. What we need to do now is we need to use our Emerald of Undeniable Access. Very good. Our Undeniable Access has been granted. We now have access to all of the books. The Holy Tome, the amulets. Daedric Katana. Jeez. Okay, okay. It looks like we're going to be getting our house sooner rather than later. I think if we sell all these books, we'll be in a good situation. Yes. Yes, we will be. We just need to find a good place to sell this stuff. Whoops. Thinking if there's anything else I need. Okay. Grab the gems. Scarab, sure. Torque. Everything else looks like crap, to be honest. Go upstairs. Ah, Dwarven Staff. Perfect. Everything looks great so far. We haven't run into any owners yet, which is incredible. Technically, they don't spawn in, but, you know. Oh, Daedric Longsword. Okay. Okay, we're just supposed to be rich. That's all. Not necessarily wealthy, but wealthy enough to afford the house we were looking for. Oops, don't deposit the meat in the wagon. The meat will spoil. Very good. Let's see. Ooh. Daggerfall books have the basis of lore for a good chunk of the game, including like the aliens and stuff like that. A lot of Elder Scrolls lore comes from them. And, you see, the lore community is under this mistaken impression that the lore is like this community-sourced thing that belongs to everyone. And in reality, Bethesda has its own canon and its own canon way of doing things, even though that canon way of doing things is typically worse than the lore community's idea of what things should be. Still, the that idea, that concept that everything has been community sourced, that came from Daggerfall, because it turns out that Ted Peterson had actually taken submissions from the community for the lore books and then had edited them, wrote others himself, but had actually taken, you know, submissions from the actual forums. And so from the very beginning, they were taking actual community member feedback. That's kind of the origin of that. You say that Bethesda recognizes that lore serves the gameplay, not the other way around. They said they sometimes that having no answer to a question is better than having a good answer. Okay, let's dissect what you just said into two parts. First of all, Bethesda doesn't just recognize that the lore serves the gameplay. Bethesda doesn't care about the lore very much. Okay, and it's very important to understand that they have like each iteration of Bethesda, because Bethesda is like the Bethesda from Arena is not Bethesda from Morrowind. Bethesda from Morrowind is not Bethesda from Skyrim. They're completely different groups of people that maybe share one or two individuals. But when we look at, say, Todd Howard doesn't care about the lore. We know this because people like what's his name? Emil asked Todd Howard, "Can I change the lore for the Dark Brotherhood?" Todd gives him a dismissive gesture, like whatever. He doesn't care about the lore, period. When the director doesn't care about the overall story, it means that the overall story doesn't really have value, at least in terms of authorial intent. All they want to do is create a fun game. And the writing doesn't mean anything to them, at least to the overall creative process, other than it's a nice little thing to have in the background. And we can use it to draw from on occasion, but as long as it doesn't get in the way. Remember that it's very perplexing, because you have quest lines which are meticulously made in a way to prevent you from derailing them in newer games, I mean. Like, they have a story they want you to experience their way. And yet at the same time, the overall story doesn't matter. Only the one that that they want you to experience. They want to make you experience. And it's just kind of like, what? So, Yeah, I mean, flat out, one of the former Morrowind developers said that Todd Howard's the guy who runs in with a two-handed axe, chops things up. He doesn't really care about the nuance. That's why he'd say things like, with fast travel, it gets you right to the fun, because world exploration is not part of the fun for him.
So even though the world is huge, you can select anywhere you know about on the map and instantly fast travel there. This gets you right to the fun. Fast travel. Fast.
But I mean, what you're looking at when you get the when you have to understand, mostly they do not employ sole writers. It's important to understand. They don't care about carrying their continuity from one game to another and making sure that it makes sense and that it's well thought out and that the themes play into each other, that the characters are built atop, like the history of the world. Like, that stuff doesn't matter to them.
What do you look for when considering a new writer?
That's a tricky one. Actually, our designers are our writers. So obviously we look at writing samples. It's another thing where most people who do video games tend to overwrite. We overwrite. Like, we write way too much stuff. Most people who play Fallout, I watch them play it. We wrote all this brilliant stuff. And they get to a guy and they're like just jamming the button. Shut up, 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 shut up. Oh, that's who I kill. Thanks. So I think the trickiest thing to do is to write really short things. Just to get the information across. But our writer, we don't have anyone as a sole writer. They're also quest designers, level designers. So if you're looking for that kind of thing, we would look for, like, on a quest design, you really have to understand some programming language. We'd look for a quest, like, here's what the player does, here's what the characters say, that kind of stuff.
So moving forward, you're never going to have people who you're never going to have a cohesive, well-written story beginning to end. It's not going to happen. What's going to happen is that they want to tell individual micro stories. Now, the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion is good. It destroys, it utterly, like, ruins everything we know about the Dark Brotherhood up until that point. But it's still fun in its own bubble. Unfortunately, this does a disservice to the overall world and the overall story, meaning that the Elder Scrolls is poorly written, poorly thought out trash as far as the story is concerned, but it's fun gameplay. So yes, they really don't care about the overall story. It's not just that the lore serves the gameplay, it's that they have no interest in it. That's important to understand. Now, as far as having no answer to a question being better than having a good answer, I think people automatically think what they are thinking is good. Like, I thought of it, therefore it must be good. What a lot of people think as, say, good, like the main quest of Oblivion, for example, is, in fact, if you were to criticize it, quite terrible. And yes, here's the thing, though. No answer is better than a terrible answer. In other words, like, what's going on in Akavir? Well, I think that the snake men and the monkey men got into a fight. And, I've got a really stupid answer for it, right? A very generic answer. And that answer isn't very good. So by not answering that question, I'm able to keep Akavir shrouded in mystery. And that mystery allows each individual player to come up with a version of it in their head that they think is, that they think is much better than, and that's a huge part of the problem, is they've let the lore community and the fan base in general build upon itself and come up with elaborate theories and ideas. And basically, the overall community has written a check that Bethesda can't cash, and that's why people will constantly be disappointed, because even Morrowind's writers, and yes, they were writers, they wrote lore books that Todd Howard's games moving forward are not prepared to cash. That's what I'm saying. Is ultimately, it's like, Todd Howard does his job well, yes, obviously, but just because it is popular does not mean it is of quality. Just because it sells well does not mean it is of quality. Otherwise we'd be heralding Twilight as the most amazing thing of our age. Twilight made buckets of money, but it's also pulpy trash for teenagers. All right. I like Skyrim, and I like Oblivion, and I like Morrowind, but I like them all for different reasons. And to say that just because I like them, they are universally good would be an extreme disservice to them, I think. You say McDonald's does a good job selling food, that doesn't mean it's make the food good. Well, here's the thing, though. McDonald's food is on a scale, okay? On the scale of fast food, you have to understand, most fast food is trash. McDonald's is actually, I would say, 2/3 up the scale of fast food. It is like in the top 1/3 of fast food in terms of quality, which isn't saying much at all when you realize, like, you look at the whole culinary world of quality. Fast food's down here, and then McDonald's is like in the top third of that sector, basically. Meaning that when you're judging it based on when you're judging McDonald's based on merely fast food, it is actually one of the best. However, when you're judging it based on food as a whole, it is garbage. So, yes, it's oh, we just had a group of travelers here. They just said hello to us. So, it all depends on what we're talking about. Oh God, we got bear. We got a bear. It's after us. They're hunters. They're hunters looking for bears, and there's a bear. Hunters, kill the bear. Kill the bear. They're not going to, yes. That's why automakers say best in class. Yes, correct. You figured it out. You figured it out. Yeah, you can have the bear, Mr. Hunter. Oh, feed my family for a week. Oh, Mrs. Hunters? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's go. These fair hunters will have their family fed for a week. Very good. Very good stuff. Yes. Oof. Right. But I would argue that The Elder Scrolls is one of the best open world exploration games, just as far as you have a giant, not a giant, but a fair-sized world filled with interesting things to do, interesting people to talk to. I think that's where it succeeds. The problem is that people will like a game for a certain thing, and they will then try to say, because they like that game, everything about that game is good, when that is not true. Also, I found that people will hold up aspects of a certain game as being great because they have not experienced other games. They will talk up a storyline because they haven't really taken the opportunity to explore, say, other, like, they'll talk about how much they love, say, Oblivion's story, when they haven't seen how derivative Oblivion's story is and how much better other game stories are. You know, hold on 1 second. It turns out that they just tend to tune out when you're not talking about the Elder Scrolls. Their eyes just kind of glaze over, and they lose interest, and it's hilarious to watch, because you can tell that that person probably doesn't have much value. But you said Bayonetta is a great game. Yes, it is. It has a very interesting combat system. I like Platinum games in general, actually. Would you say pulpy writing is best for games? Of course it is. You don't have to put that much effort into it. It's when you're trying to tell a massive world or massive story. You ask, is Morrowind or Oblivion superior? Well, Morrowind and Oblivion both have terrible leveling systems. Morrowind butchers Daggerfall's leveling system, and then Oblivion doubles down on it for extra pain. That said, Morrowind has a much better story than Oblivion. Morrowind has much, but here's the thing, though. Oblivion has cinematic, like a cinematic feel to it. A better presentation. Morrowind is very stiff, I would say, and very inflexible. Everything just kind of standing there to wait for you to interact with. And yes, in terms of theme, in terms of world, I would say that generic European Fantasyland that Oblivion was is not very good in any way, shape, or form, really. I mean, people like it for some reason. I don't really know why, but yeah. Let's see here. Hold on. Like, it's just let's see here. Ooh, a lot better caves, places to explore. Yeah. I mean, the dungeons in Oblivion are, oh boy. He said Oblivion is cinematic enough to add Patrick Stewart and Sean Bean. Patrick Stewart is a world-class Shakespearean actor, and they had him do like 10 lines. They had to have paid the guild rate to get him to agree to that, which meant they had him for basically the whole day. And they had him do what? Like, had him show up for like 20 minutes of just... I don't know. It's insane. That's what I'm saying. Like, anyway. Okay. Well, I mean, when you say Oblivion fixes a lot of what Morrowind did wrong / poorly, are you just talking about missing in combat? Because I think there's a completely different approach there. I honestly, I think there's a completely different approach, and let's put it like this. In everything that Oblivion fixes, quote-unquote fixes from Morrowind, it breaks something else or does something else badly in order to mitigate that and make it worse in some way. Now, I didn't like the idea that you could just attack at an enemy and then your blade would go through them and they wouldn't take damage, obviously. But that is barely even a consideration because the Elder Scrolls is full of what is called hand-waggling. Elder Scrolls combat from Arena to Skyrim, the entire way through, has never been good. It's just been fixing up little parts and breaking others. The Elder Scrolls is full of hand-waggling, which I'm fine with. I don't mind it. that D&D dice rolls in real time was a bad idea? Yes and no. I think that if you look at something like Neverwinter Nights, where it simulates the turns in real-time combat, in order to show, and like there's a text window at the bottom where it actually shows you what the dice rolls do, you actually know why you're failing those rolls, because you can see the stats that are being checked. Anyway, there's a not a bounty hunter, but a highwayman, a bandit who wants to get 500 gold from me. I'm gonna hunt down the bandit and kill it. You are it now. Oh, someone, a deer? No, I haven't seen a deer. Oh God, there's 2 hunters here. Scary. Yes. No, I like the concept of Oblivion. It's just the execution is yikes. I'm not saying Morrowind had the best systems for everything. In fact, I would say Morrowind butchered a lot of Daggerfall systems. However, oh my, they're, like, I would say what Oblivion managed to do was it made the world feel more lived in. And by that, I mean NPCs woke up, they went to bed, they would take the time to read and do other things, eat, you know, they'd have a schedule. I think, like, the game world felt more cinematic in that sense, because in Morrowind, the armor vendor is going to be standing in the armor vendor spot forever. It's just occasionally the doors will lock and, you know, you won't be able to get in. But otherwise, like, the armor vendor's not going anywhere. All right. Let's see here. I'm looking at this. There's a Temple of Kinnereth. I want to see what temple's over here. I'm curious. Emperor Sundries. Actually gonna hop in here for a moment. Gonna sneeze in a second too. Buy a fish. Fish so bought. Buy another fish. These are salted fish I'm buying, so they'll stay good for much longer. On. Laid out practical. It doesn't matter. Hello, sir. I'd like to sell you some junk from a different location. See, I got some books and rings and wands and other just junk I got from other stores, you know, at a lower price, and I'm gonna sell them here. Does that make sense? Of course it does. 2-2. That's 22,000. Let me go ahead and put on my torque. My torque of friendship. Oops. Did I say equip my torque of friendship? Yes. There we go. Let's try again. Let's try again. I got my torque of friendship on now. Let's try selling the same stuff and see what happens with the torque of friendship on. Curiosity speaking here. There we go. 23,000. This is fine. Paid with a letter of credit. Damn right. Okay. Let's use a fish and head on out. Got a letter of credit. Okay. Yeah, I think that the original pitch for Radiant AI was amazing. And I think the game, had they taken the time to properly make the Oblivion that was shown, like that, make that concept real. Oh, we got an Akatosh temple. I don't care, we're leaving. I would have really appreciated the game. Oblivion far more than I do. Oblivion's fun to play, but I can criticize it all day long. If they had been ambitious enough to actually try, you know, not gut the Radiant AI, but actually, you know, maybe wait a few months and iron out any details, I would have appreciated it far more. Did Radiant AI is a big problem in Fallout 4? Well, Fallout 4 is actually a peeled-back version of Skyrim's AI. Radiant quests are basically the same as they are in Daggerfall. And you know what? I think Radiant quests that supplement the main quests, that's good. The problem is, Daggerfall is... not Daggerfall. Fallout 4 is just full of main quests that, like... The main quest is tied so sharply into the factions in such a way that you have to do the railroad. Really? Why do I have to do the railroad? Alright. Distractions here. Alright, doesn't matter, we're leaving. Oh, we're a bit warm, okay. I was wearing a second cloak. That was the cause of my problems. Where's my light cloak? Do I have a light cloak? Alright, there we go, I got a light cloak. Ooh. Yep. I mean, if as you call it, unneutered Radiant AI would make for a great Fallout game. Honestly, Fallout 76 would be amazing. Like, instead of having it as a mainline, you know, Fallout 5, just make it a spin-off survival game, you know, with actual Radiant AI. I wouldn't mind that. Unfortunately, Fallout 76 is mostly those Radiant conversations. We're going to go to Galtail now. And that, like, the quote-unquote Wastelanders update is very basic. You have to do the Preston Gavi Troubled Settlement. Well, what if it was true Radiant AI, what stops you from killing Preston and saying, no you, and then going and acquiring other settlements for yourself, and if your local person in charge says, hey, oh, we got a bear, I'll help you, Mr. Hunter. The bear is dead, or will be in one shot. Hey, yes, you can have the bear. This will feed my family for a week. Of course it will. But at the end of the day, a settlement needs your help is just a symptom of a larger problem. And addressing that would take forever. Let's see. Well, the player companions have voiced lines for interacting with each other as well. And they almost never do that. There's supposed to be... There are scenes programmed into the game for when you have 2 followers in one place. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, enough about that. Just gonna say that Radiant AI is part of what we call procedural generation. The more complex the algorithms, the more realistic or more believable the world. You know, obviously, you'll never have that true break from fantasy. At the end of the day, you have to have suspension of disbelief. But how much suspension of disbelief is required is entirely up to you. Entirely up to the game, I should say. How do I put this? Daggerfall requires a lot of suspension of disbelief because, you know, animal tracks seem fresh. We've seen this like 15 times already, right? I mean, it's easy to get brought out of your quote-unquote immersion when the game gets more complicated. Now, the main issue is instead of having, say, 7,000 different destinations and, events that could happen in Fallout 4, there's like, 40? And if you're going to play the game for about 100 hours, you're going to get 2 of them all. In fact, within the first 60 hours, you're probably going to have had lines repeated to you. And not in a good way. We got bears. Bears and giants. Crap. Okay, let's turn on our lantern. Let's drink a potion of orc strength. And let's hunt these guys. As the bear just flies on top of my thing there. Good. All right. See, the unfortunate reality is that the developers of Fallout 4 tried to use the Radiant content not as a way of enriching and making the existing game content have infinite extra adventures per se, but rather replacing core content of the game with those Radiant systems. That's why parts of the main quest will have you do what are otherwise Radiant quests, sending you to random location to fetch Daughter's Necklace. Not Daughter's Necklace, sorry. God, I've forgotten what it is already. Cloth Amulet, got it. No, I blanked on it now. I'll remember it later. Doesn't matter. We got a Cloth Amulet with unknown powers. That's kind of interesting. Don't know what it is. I'm gonna try to use it like an idiot. Okay, it just gave me an effect. What effect was that? 100 personality. Okay. Wait, no, that's my torque. Ooh, my torque is almost broken because I've been traveling with it. That makes me sad. You said they finally made basic roads in Daggerfall? That's kind of nice. I mean, I've heard that they've been trying, emphasis on trying, for the past, year to make roads? Like, coming up with ideas for it, but, yeah, it's a different matter altogether. Grab something here. Put on an extra cloak. Am I overheating now? Yeah, we're very warmly dressed. That's fine. Ooh. Not like I don't check the Daggerfall Unity modding forums every once in a while. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Yes, well. Worst part is the real written quests feel like they could be Radiant too. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Radiant quests are written, they're handwritten to a certain degree. You know, they're voiced by someone. But instead of telling you where you're supposed to go, they instead say, there's been some trouble nearby. These raiders have been giving us issues. I'll mark it on your map. And nearby is actually on the other side of the game world. See, it isn't that... I don't actually hate the Radiant quests themselves. I hate their usage. The fact that they did not add sufficient number of varied voice lines, and they did not add sufficient number of variables where, like, maybe they shouldn't say there's been some trouble nearby when it's the other side of the game world. See what I'm saying? They quite frankly half-assed it. And that's what I'm saying. I don't mind procedural generation. Yes, centaurs are the rats of our playthrough. Yeah. Oh, adamantium. Nice. That is one rich rat. What I was gonna say was more adamantium. Okay, well, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say more adamantium, but sadly I did not interrupt myself, so now I do not see anything. Okay. I guess my problem is just that they did not bring the procedural generation to the level of complexity that it demands to work within suspension of disbelief. After, like, these games are usually played for hundreds of hours, and let's be honest here, Todd Howard never intended you to play these games for as long as they're being played. The average game's played for 30 to 60 hours, and that's that. You're supposed to be done. But even within the 60-hour time frame, it's breaking suspension of disbelief hearing, there's been some trouble nearby. I'll mark it on your map. Really? Thanks. That's some details you went into there. Anyway. Let's see. Hostile encounter. Try to avoid it. Failed to avoid. Oh, it's just a knight. A hostile knight trying to rob me. Or maybe it's just a person in knight's gear. I don't know. Yes. Whoop. Ooh. Okay. Perfect. Yes, there's another settlement in trouble. I've got word of a settlement nearby. It's in trouble. I'll mark it on your map. Things like that. Yeah, I've heard that. A lot. Checking what else we got here. Yes. You hear a distinct lack of vengeance. I'm dead! I was poisoned and killed. You feel somewhat bad. You feel somewhat bad. There we go. Isn't that glorious? I was poisoned and I died along the road. Yep. Exactly. Let's see here. Ooh. Okay. Well, this didn't feel too bad. Right. Thankfully, we did save it kind of on the way there. But you can see the way I felt somewhat bad earlier. Wait, am I at Daggerfall? I am at Daggerfall. Wow. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I have just begun my quest again. That was what, 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Yeah. There we go. We're going 30 times speed. Screw it. Oh, boy. Interrupt our journey for what? Oh. Okay. I don't mind it. Buckingham Hall. There was just bandits. Yes. Hostile encounter. Try to avoid it. Failed to avoid it. Wow! That is a spell blade. I can tell. Let's use my scarab and just zap him with lightning. Go, Scarab. Limited power until it breaks. Trying to paralyze me. I saw that paralysis attempt. We win. But yes. Let's do it. Are you the only one who thinks ESO's story isn't bad? It depends on which story you mean. If you mean the main quest of Molag Bal and the plane meld and everything, yes, it is terrible. If you mean the Ebonheart Pact, yes, it's terrible. If you mean the Daggerfall Covenant, no, it's average. It's just all right. If you mean the Aldmeri Dominion, then aside from occasional yikes moments, it's actually really good. So it really depends on what you're talking about when you say ESO's story isn't bad. But the whole plane meld thing, no, that is handled in an exceptionally terrible way. With Jaegertharn, might as well be Jaegertharn. Manny Marco being the mustache twirling villain. It's later ESO story evolves to Saturday morning cartoon level though. Yes. You mean like going to Morrowind and the DLC? Are you talking about from Morrowind and the DLCs afterward, or are you talking about beforehand? Beforehand, it's overall bad, and then afterward, it elevates to Saturday morning cartoon level. Yes. Yeah. So basically, when you talk about ESO's story, we're like the moment if you do not specify what part of ESO's story you're talking about, we're immediately thinking the main quest. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, it elevates itself to Saturday morning cartoon level. Or the Legion of Doom, I mean the Court of Bedlam, is working you said that died before streaming services really took off. Yes, it did. But we get to look... We're talking about the 90s, okay? We're talking about 90s cartoons when we say Saturday morning cartoons. That's what we mean. Hostile encounter. Try to avoid it. We mean it's at the quality you would expect as a 90s kid sitting down in front of the television on Saturday morning. Alright, free action potion. Come on. Spell sword. God, these spell swords coming after me. I used to get a Daedra heart. That's a thing. Let's interrupt. Save the game. Pretty important. Something about you feel somewhat bad. I'm curious what Kirkbride's up to these days. He definitely stopped, like, he was working with Telltale and did the Batman in Minecraft story mode. I'm curious what he's up to now. Alright. Be on the watch out for bears. Bears? Are there bears around? I don't see any bears. I'm gonna leave. Let's find out where we are. Okay, we're in a goodish place. I need to go check for something. As much as I complain about the story and Bethesda games from time to time, that's only because I know it could be better than it is. Like, they don't have to compromise the gameplay one bit to make the story better. That's the scary part. They just need to hire a competent writer and make sure that the process from the competent writer to the final product, you know, goes through a pipeline that makes sure that the voice actors, level designers, and everything sorry, got distracted. You said, do you feel like the problem is nobody's communicating? Nobody told the lead writer that they're making open world games? Well, that's just it. You do know who the lead writer is, right? We're gonna hit that button again. Okay, where's my trainwreck.mp4? There it is.
What's the story with Bethesda stories? How do we make our stories? KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. This is my own personal rule for myself, right? Keep it simple, stupid. What does that mean? When I'm coming up with a story for a game, I like to concentrate on strong central themes. You know, Skyrim. Skyrim is a game about dragons, right? Even in the studio. What is the game about? It's about dragons. But the story is not really about dragons, right? It is about the lone hero. It is much more biblical than a lot of the other stories we've done. It's about the Dragonborn, the Dovahkiin, is much more of a messiah sort of character.
There you go. I can't go one stream without playing that clip, because that's who wrote Skyrim. Keep it simple, stupid. That's a programming term. It's a good programming term. As far as programming goes, keep it simple, stupid is a great idea. Oh. No. We were just passing by. Priest there. He's an example of someone who was promoted past the point where he was most useful. He's a good quest designer. I'm serious. It's just they put him in charge of the whole shebang because he made a really good quest at some point. Correct. In storytelling, it's a terrible idea. Alright, try to avoid hostile encounter. Very good. We've arrived. The Queen's Skull. That's a great place to be. Everyone wants to be in the Queen's Skull. That can't be awkward sounding at all. Hello there. Oh, hello, Whispers in Shadow. Any news? None that I know of. Okay, goodbye. What about these lovely young ladies? Any news? I try not to spread rumors. What about you? You bored? Trying up a game of blackjack. Entry fee is 50. You want? Yep. Okay, fine. All right. Blackjack will be in 2 hours. So, all right, 2 hours, then we play some blackjack. All right, let's take a nap. 2 hours, then we'll play some blackjack. Oh, someone in the tavern's looking for me. I'm gonna try to hide from the bounty hunter. The bounty hunter did not find me and left the area. Very good. All right, now that the bounty hunter's gone, let's play some blackjack. All right. So, 6, keep going. Yes, 11, keep going. 15. Yes! 21! No! No, not gonna keep going. All right, total 21. The other players look at your cards. Let's see. Yep, so they concede. In spite of some murmuring nearby, hands you the prize pool. Damn right! Damn right! Damn right! I won! I won blackjack. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Cast light a couple times. Cast buoyancy. Jumping. Damn right. Slow falling. Antidote. Buoyancy a bunch. Now we'll sleep. Perfect. All right, it's 9:30 in the morning. Time to travel. Now we spent some time playing blackjack. Love it. Love it so much. Okay, let's eat that meat and orange. Orangea going to go north. Wait, there is a Fighters Guild Hall here. And some shops. We'll go visit the shops really quick on our way through, I think. Yes. Yeah, I just have to, I have to emphasize that regardless of how much I complain about these Bethesda games, I've enjoyed all of them legitimately. Maybe some less than others, but they've all been fun. Now, let's buy arrows, bandage, fish. Very good. Arrow. That's it. Getting our mercantile skill up, don't you know? Don't you know? So, bandage, fish. Ooh, you hear complaining is bad for your mental health? Yes, you should just smile all the time and bundle up any complaints you have and never talk about them. Or, better yet, don't engage with anything you have any disagreements with. So you get to do nothing, because you should never complain ever. I honestly think it's, based on what I've heard from other people, it seems like complaining isn't bad for your mental health. It's bad for the mental health of the people around you hearing the complaints, because it tends to affect them to a greater extent than it affects yourself. You might just be talking, like just yippity yapping, but the other people, they hear your words and they think, oh God. It wires your brain for negativity. Oh my. Well, I mean, if you want to be a drone of the state, I suppose. Oh, wow. That is just amazing. Complaining wires your brain for negativity. Oh my. You made me smile. You made me smile there. Oh, deliciously absurd. All right. No, we're not going on the hunt there. Anyway, no, this is how fast the horse goes. In fact, this is the speed at which, if we want to accelerate time, want time to pass 10 times faster, there we go. Horse is still doing this. Harpies, centaurs, rats, bats, cats. Yep. I think some people take complaining way too seriously. That's my point. Like, way too seriously. All right. Champion supplies. Yeah, we're not stopping. We're not stopping here. Okay. We are how close to the castle now? 10 hours away. Let's do it. We're going to make a straight shot to the castle. We have to believe. And suddenly, yes. Well, I'm not complaining just for the lulls. I have legitimate complaints. They just aren't as important as I make them sound. As in, when I'm done complaining, I will forget about those things and then go play Warframe or something. Or I'll go read a book. Looking at looking at 3 books I got back there. Like, point is, it doesn't consume my every thought. Haha! Alright, here we go. Toxic Cloud! Killed 1 centaur. Wounded all the centaurs to the point where I just had to stab them once. Very good. Very good. Alright, Daedric Mace. I just get put in a feedback loop because of you pieces of shit. So I end up regurgitating the same information over and over and over. Why I use memes to shortcut that. Why I do the Bethesda stories. These are, you know, like, our quest designers are our writers, you know. Like, those memes are to shortcut me having to regurgitate the same information over and over and over. I know, rude. But seriously, I wouldn't be harping on this stuff too much. Tell us what we want to hear, Stream Monkey. Basically, drive away the superfans and galvanize the critics. What do you mean you're going to play Fallout 76 next week? You're supposed to hate that game! I'm seriously, next week I'm thinking about playing Fallout 76 because they're going to like release a big update and I kind of want to play it. So, that's probably what's going to happen. By the way, Fallout 76 works with Glorious Egg Roll. Very happy about that. Aha! They are doing ESO 1 Tamriel to it. They're basically removing levels and just making everything scale, which is the only way ESO was able to work in online co-op. It sounds terrible from a single-player perspective, but in terms of playing online with other people, it's one of the only ways to allow people to enjoy the game together. Otherwise, one person's too high, the other person's too low. Just doesn't work for a cohesive game experience. And it never did, by the way, because like a level 50 would walk through your area, right? And suddenly you'd be attacked by level 50 enemies, and you go, "Why is this happening?" That was the Fallout 76 experience. Have I ever triggered anyone by saying Japanese cartoons? Yes. Yes, I've definitely triggered people with that before. But it's not a cartoon, it's anime. Assassin. I like how I pacified him using the Streetwise skill. Too bad. Yes, exactly. Anime is for adults, don't you know? It's funny how people get that impression. Oh, that is an assassin. This assassin was going to jump me at the same time, but I pacified him using the Streetwise skill. That's funny. There was a piece of isekai trash called Arifrauta, which is getting season 2, and I'm actually looking forward to watching it, knowing that it's trash. Oh yeah, it's a harem show. It's an isekai harem about a guy who gets transported to another world with his class, and they're all told that they were going to be heroes, and the main character got a useless skill set, whereas the other people became heroes or archpriests and, you know, other things. He became like an alchemist, basically. And then during a big fight, he gets knocked off a bridge and falls down to like the 80th level of the labyrinth, gets his arm torn off by a monster and eaten. Then barely manages to hide inside a cave. And he manages to trap a monster and eat it. And the monster meat kills him, but he falls face first into some holy water, which instantly heals the wounds that killed him. So now he's an abomination that can eat monster meat, and he constantly just goes around eating monsters until he acquires enough strength, then manages to defeat the boss of the labyrinth. Unfortunately, he is this is the big red flag. This is the part that the show, like, I go, this is trash. It's because it ends up he meets a little vampire girl who's, of course, thousands of years old, but also sexualized because, like, fuck, she's like 6 years old. Why are you doing this? Why does she look 6 years old? Stop it, 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 stop it. And, yeah, it's a terrible show that, is more or less a power fantasy of a guy who was worthless and manages to gain ridiculous amounts of strength, uses his alchemy abilities to create a gun in a fantasy world, and shoots people with said gun. So another Dance in the Vampire Bund? Yes, but she doesn't have agency. Dance in the Vampire Bund, like, the main character is more or less subject to the whims of the vampire. And she's the Queen of Darkness. He's just her bodyguard. In Arifrauta, she decides to travel with him because fuck knows why. And he's on a quest to, quote-unquote, get home, but, you know, also kind of kill the god who summoned them, because those gods are evil, turns out. So, yes. Now, Dance in the Vampire Bund's a good show, despite, you know, obvious sexualization of little girl. Hate that. That's Japan. When we talk about Japanese cartoons, that's, yeah. That is unfortunately... the trash goes part and parcel with it. But yes, Ancient Magus's Bride is a good show. In fact, it relies heavily on European folklore. Really good. Nothing like what I just described, which is trash. But I am looking forward to seeing Season 2, even though it's trash. Japanese cartoon. Okay, let's see. How far are we from this damn place? Uh-huh. Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, stamina. almost feel, though, like Ancient Magus's Bride would have made a better, I don't know, OVA series. We got a Traveling Knight. We're just going to ignore her there. She's, yeah. She's a Stendarr priestess. Turns out not a knight. Anyway, yeah, Ancient Magus's Bride would have made a better OVA series, I think, where, like, you had, I'd say, like a 40-minute arc instead of having this, like, the long storyline. This doesn't seem to work, in my opinion. Like, they just having the individual little stories dealing with one aspect or another would have been better. All right.